Hey everybody, Pan Bam Richard here. Welcome back to the Tales of Marathon Stream 3, Day 4, Part 3 of the Tales of Eternia run. We are now heading to F3 Gorge, as I'm joined here by Vercsase. Vercsase here is known for a lot of challenge runs of classic titles such as Tales of Legendia, Tales of Destiny DC, and particularly Tales of Eternia. And I watched one of your videos that really helped me for Endgame. I don't know if you'll be around during the ending and whatnot, but I'll tell you more about it once we get there, because your strategy for that really helped me. Final boss. Just the final boss.
Yeah, that is good to hear. Also, hello everyone. Yeah, I meant to actually run through Eternia one more time before this, but the whole situation here, and then the final boss. Ooh, but that run was what, 6-7 years ago, so. Yeah, I'd have to actually go back and look at that myself, but I'm glad it helped. I am glad it helped.
Yeah, honestly, because that final boss is it's a whole eye strain in itself. That in itself is a challenge, especially with the crops green and everything. So now,
it's horrible.
Yeah, it's really horrible.
I appreciate the artistic intent with some of Eternia's nether realmish elements, but I don't know. That final boss is just a mess. One of the extra bosses is just a mess to look at and just kind of navigate in general. It's what is going on? It's beautiful, but I cannot stand it sometimes.
I think the thing about I saw some bonus footage of the bonus boss, because I was thinking this game is really short, and I don't know how much of this game I could fit in 3 days. It's the complete opposite problem with Vesperia. I don't know if I'm gonna do bonus dungeon. I don't think I can, because it'd be really blind if I did. I never practiced it at all.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of honestly just kind of a running theme with this series. Bonus stuff is always time consuming, I guess. It's either time consuming or it's obnoxiously difficult to the point where you're gonna have to do a little bit of grinding and not too fun. But I don't know. One day they'll nail it.
I don't know. We've kind of gone through so many Tales games. I highly doubt we can't nail it at this point. It's gonna be long. You're gonna hate it, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I kind of get the intent. It's something that you can challenge yourself with. You can count it as quote unquote extra content or extra time with the game. But I don't know. At the same time, I feel these games just kind of need some, maybe a middle ground or some way to alleviate some of that. But I don't know. I mean, Eternia has that in abundance with the beautiful, fantastic mini games. Best in the series. Best in the world, actually. Cramel Ball? Let's go.
Cramel Ball? Man, I never played it multiplayer, but I really should. Because, I hear it's ridiculous. I mean, playing with the AI is already fun enough. By the way, I had to restart because, we ran into a Firebird, and Farah did not know how to block, and I don't want to start off this dungeon that way.
Fair, yeah. Yeah, the beginning part of this game is, I mean, now that we have Sylph, it's a little better, but it's pretty weird. The real beginning is just, okay, Farah's the healer, so, don't play Farah, or else you may run into some issues, and then, I don't know, Spread is kind of a weird first major spell and everything, but now that we have Sylph, things, should be a little bit better, but, I don't know, even still, dungeons can be kind of weird.
I kind of like this dungeon though, but I mean, it's kind of more you're trying to run this dungeon in a timer, to be honest, so it's not particularly crazy, but they don't all have to be super insane every single time. This one's more you're pressured against the clock that Undine has, and basically afterwards it's oh, it's gonna drain from your HP, and you will get your HP drained. I tried to optimize this as much as I could, but I always get my HP drained. I remember that much.
Yeah, I think a lot of classic RPGs, I mean, granted I haven't played, the grand amount of them, but I know a lot of them have had these for dungeons, they kind of do this whole timer situation. I think you mentioned earlier with, was it Fantasia? Well, I know Destiny definitely had, what was it, Junkland?
Oh, Junkland.
You're on a timer, and some gas stuff, and you're on a timer, and Lost Valley with you on another timer and stuff like that. It's just, there's always seems to be one of these kind of timer dungeons here, which, I mean, it's an interesting challenge or interesting obstacle, but I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. Lone Valley. Oh, this is a really bad enemy to run into. Iron Golems and Firebirds. Yeah, they're both gonna murder you. You see that? They're like the Terminator. They're ready. They're ready for you, basically.
God, these designs. It's been so long. such unique designs. I don't know. I mean, I get sprite games are kind of hard to, transport game to game, but it's just really unique. It's interesting.
Yeah, honestly, I think I like the designs in this game, but I think the one that trumps it slightly for like old school is Tales of Destiny, because I'll never forget like the weird enemies like in PS1. Like there's a giant kraken. This is one that I'll never leave my image because freaking looks like a nose with things coming out. It's disgusting. But
yeah, it's like a weird like semi trying to be photorealistic, and it's like it's just disgusting. And then they cleaned it up pretty well for the director's cut on PS2, but yeah, the original was just like what is all this? What is all this?
No, they cleaned it up in DC. That they should not have done that. They should not have done that. They should have kept it legitimate back from PS1. Also, Orgus Queen. Orgus Queen is also something that's disgusting in PS1.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, granted, I think they replaced it with is also. I mean, it's not as disgusting, but it's still kind of like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? What's going on? The Cave Queen? What are we doing here? But
somebody's having a field day in Bamco, basically, pretty much, when they were making those designs. It's like, let's make it as gross as possible. Gross these kids out so that they puke.
Yeah, and I think was it Rebirth or was it Destiny DC that had some models brought between the other one? I think it was. I want to say it was Destiny DC that grabbed some of like the Rebirth boar and all that stuff. And granted, they didn't get the alligator. They need to reuse the alligator from Rebirth. That thing is amazing. Barely used it all, but it's amazing.
Was it the alligator that's in the swamp, like when you were with like Vague and Annie and I think Taitree? Like you had a limited party during that time, if I recall correctly. It was during the second act, I think.
I think it was. I think it was the first act. I want to say. I'm not too sure, but I know you were hunting something else, and there were like just these random alligators in there, and I don't think they ever. I think they showed up again in the game, and I was like, what? It's really unique, really detailed, and we're just gonna throw it away. Okay.
I didn't do that a lot with this game. Like, I mean, with the series, I mean to say. There's a question about the Wisp minigame. No, Wisp minigame has not happened yet, but based on this pace, we might get to it by the end of the day. And Wisp, I still remember when I first played Wisp. Wisp is like so good. Like, I love that game. Brings back memories when I just like booted it up on the emulator and just like spent an hour playing that game. It's so much fun.
I'm telling you, man, Eternia is the best at it. Eternia remake, we need to get a minigame broom. Just give us all the minigames, all the main menu.
Yeah. We need that. It's kind of like, say, at the same level as like Tales of Graces and stuff, where they got that cats thing or whatever, but make it just all the minigames. Like, we need the rafting, we need the Wisp, we need...
the rafting. God, yeah, it's just so many little things in this game. Well, I guess we'll get to it later, but the eating content, all this stuff. Yeah. So many things in this game.
Okay, so right over here, we still have some more flames to go through. There are a lot of mandatory flames to go through, but fortunately, here, you don't have a mandatory flame to go through. All you gotta do is just, like, walk through, or, like, do, like, timing with your running, so... I mean, it's... Okay, Firebirds.
Gallows? What?
These gallows. Wait, Firebirds are going down quickly. I think my issue with the Firebirds when I made the note was like they can fly over your front lines and like damage your back lines. So kill them right away before they get to your back lines as soon as possible. And let Keel not use Fireball in the fire dungeon because that's a very poor choice.
Smart.
Yep. Just get the Wind Blade, get the Air Thrust, and we should be good to go.
Oh yeah. And yeah, I mean, flying stuff, I know not Tiger Blade is typically pretty good for just kind of bringing things down to size a little bit, but Demon Hammer, best move in the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, just kind of keep it pinned down sometimes with that, and find it pretty useful in general.
Yeah, Demon Hammers. Oh, not fighting these guys. No matter what time of day, these guys will. No,
you can do this. I believe you.
I mean, I believe in me too, but I don't think we're winning. I don't know, man. Whenever I thought I could believe, my belief was quickly doused the moment that they started killing me. The moment that they started killing me, just like the skeletons. They're that ridiculous, but I don't want to risk it. Well, maybe after this boss fight. Actually, this boss fight's gonna be really rough, because this Efreet knows one move in hard mode that's gonna kill. It's gonna kill everybody.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, I remember it. Undine had this kind of same thing as well. And I think we actually saw it on stream with the what was it, Subterranean, such or another, and it's like just some random close range move. But yeah, they do get certain things on hard mode. It can be a little weird.
Yeah. This one in particular. Ooh, Neosonic Swarm. And that's not gonna work for Every because he's in the air. Same with Twin Sonic Blade. But definitely no Demon Lightning Hammer. The ending won't hit, unfortunately. But what the thing is with the Every, the move is called Explosion Nova, and Explosion Nova. They actually like it's presented as if it's like some kind of Mystic Guard. So the screen freezes or something for a bit. It does it. It's like it's really scary. So. This could be a pretty bad scenario if things don't go too well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can see. Hopefully, it's not too bad. But I mean, he is using one of the extensions, so I don't know. But yeah, I don't think. At least I don't recall if how much it actually does do. But we can see.
Yeah, we can see. I forgot to update the asset, so let me just add you right into the ticker there. It's the one thing whenever. Behind the scenes stuff, just gonna get it in really quick here. Really quick.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, we can let it go while the cutscene's going. Let's see here. Because all they're doing is just talking about the heat. Just like Raven. Or... no, actually, no, Raven didn't do it. Raven was complaining about the cold. He actually liked the heat. Let's see here. Guess... there you are. Okay. I think we got you. Cool.
Oh,
alright.
Reid.
Reid, he's treated like a bit of a... he's always joked on in the anime, but here, oh my gosh, I forgot how big he is. Holy smokes.
Yeah, he's huge. His flames, I think it's like a hitbox or something down there. It's, yeah.
Oh, jeez. What is with this chugging?
Yeah, no, I think I ran into that as well when I did my run and just playing this game in general. I think this fight just kind of chugs a little bit.
You know what I think it is? It's the flames underneath the Efreet, because I think it can't, like it can't render the air thrust blades and Efreet's flames underneath at the same time. So, what?
Yo, Bernie V!
Jeez.
He just walks, that's all he does, he just floats at your party and you're like, okay. It's a hitbox, like what is this?
Okay, so I think the trick for this fight is that you want to make sure one party member's on one side while the other side is like filled with your other party members, because like I think Explosion Nova only covers one side that he's facing. I think, I could be wrong. But actually I want Keel to keep casting air thrust so that way I have more opportunities to figure things out. So keep doing it. Keep doing it, Keel.
Yeah, I mean honestly, like air thrust is just a good spell in general, but even like spread is pretty good for this. It's typically like, oh, things are just gonna, I mean, I know he just did it there, but kind of walk out of spread's hitbox, but I mean, Ifrit's kind of like big enough just to stay in it, which is pretty good, because I mean, beforehand, spread's just been kind of a weird spell. I don't know why they treat that as like the first spell, but I don't know, that's what they do.
That's what they do.
But, yeah.
Yeah, Efreet here got caught in the spread quite well, though, and air thrust really helps with the positioning. So, here it is.
Yeah, I think it hits most of the screen.
Well. Get up, Merity, get up! Get up! No! Use the item I told you to use! Get up! Oh my goodness! Oh, Merity.
The clean escape. Let's go.
We're getting way too many clutches here. Oh, jeez.
According to plan.
Yes. Come on. Wake up, Keel. Oh, no. This is bad. Oh! It begins.
Well, yeah. Well, at least he left you alive. Huh? That's pretty good.
I guess. It's pretty good. By the way, you should watch the stream on Discord. It'll be faster for you.
Yeah. Let me jump in that real quick.
All right. Well, that's a great start. Maybe we won't make it to our checkpoint after all. Maybe I was a little bit too hopeful for today. Maybe, just an easy bit.
I believe in you. All you need. Do you have the? I know there's a. Let's see. I know there's like a shield that I think reduces fire damage in this dungeon. I'm not sure if you have that. Storm shield. I think it's like the 10, like the. I forget the name of it.
I think it's probably behind one of the fire bars that I intentionally skipped because I wanted to make sure I made it here without losing too much HP, but it might...
Yeah.
Yeah, if push comes to shove.
Yeah, I mean, granted, that would help Reid and no one else. so, and I don't think Reid's the problem.
Yeah, Reid's... Oh, flare cape! You know what? You should probably put on the capes that this dungeon gives you. Just a small little hint for you guys as well. We're playing this game. Let's see here. Got this all here. Let's not put the flamberge. Oh, Hydra Dagger. This might help. This might help. I would want to say that the weakness would circumvent the, what's it called? The attack power that you lose. But I guess we'll find out, I suppose.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of, this is kind of one of those fights where you just need to end it faster than worrying about like defense and everything, because yeah, he just does not really care. I mean, explosion doesn't care. Eruption's just gonna disrupt everything.
Ooh, it looks like we're doing a bit more damage because I think we were around the hundreds or something before. Let me double check to see. Oh jeez, it's so slow that I can't tell. I think it's
numbers
the same.
everywhere.
Oh, I think our sword does more, even though Assault Dagger is the weakness. Yeah, so just stick with the shaft cell. Keep going with the Demon Hammer. Keep going with the Swallow Dance. Rinse and repeat.
It's the best.
Oh jeez. Oh, here we go. It begins. All right.
It's just this is like a taste of what Eternia loves to do with like these big ethereal bosses. Like, oh, let's just put a random thing in the floor, and now you can't move.
You bring that up, and I'm thinking of all the bosses that do it. And yes, there are plenty of bosses that do this. Now that I'm like running through the bosses in my head, it's just I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. But yeah, thankfully this is the.
You know, so far though, it seems to be going pretty well.
So far. Oh my
goodness.
Every oh my gosh, even the camera didn't know where I was. Keel, please, life bottle. I don't know what my backup is. Let's see. What do we have in our items that could help us here? The syrup bottle? No, none of these help. None of these help at all.
Syrup bottle? Yeah.
I don't think it helps. Alright, let's go. Let's try this again. Demon Hammer. Honestly, because this game does have bosses that start off flying early, we have Sylph, we have Efreet, and that's why, like, the only...
You know, it's just horrible. Like, this game starts off so weird, and Explosion just kills everything, and I hate it.
Yeah, oh jeez. Fearful Flare, are you... Alright, at least use the lemon gel. The thing about this is that it's cool that there are, like, the spells are upgraded, but you have no defensive options against the spells. It's like, you're kind of stuck...
Spamming it.
Oh my gosh, this boss fight, I forgot about what this boss fight was gonna do, so oh no. Okay, I think we're still okay.
Yep, still alive, good.
Still alive. Fearful Flare again, alright. Maybe it's time to just use some launch shell again. Okay, so I need Meredy and Keel out of there. I don't know where to start. Maybe wait for go to Efreet over, and let's use a life bottle now on Meredy. Let's see if she could help us out here. She definitely...
I believe in Meredy.
She healed herself. That's a start. Now we need spread. You got this, Meredy.
Yep, spread. Yep.
Alright. Perfect.
Clean.
Good. Keel, what are you doing? Wait, actually it could be my order.
The order perhaps? Oh yeah. Well, unless one. Yeah. I was about to say like Keel, please no. Go back.
Oh jeez. Oh, it's in reverse. That's my fault. I gotta fix that. Okay. Go forward. Run back, guys. Meredy, I know you're trying to cast spread, but maybe further back next time. Okay, I need to check the health of this guy here. Where we at? Okay. This is a good sign. Yeah. Oh.
Okay. It's
time. Time to demonstrate summoning. Yes. Let's go, Keel. Oh, it's not enough. It wasn't enough.
No, but summons are so sick in this game. I just love summons in general.
I like them too, but I wish it helped me during this scenario. For how much you had to grind to get it out too, but oh well, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Okay, we might be there. We might almost be there. Come on, one more air thrust I think should do it, because it's slowed down.
Actually going pretty well right now.
Okay.
All things considered.
All things considered, yeah. 1,000, yeah. Don't do it! Okay, good, okay.
Easy.
Alright, we got it.
First try, easy.
Easy. Whoa, okay, Sprite. Jeez, hi, Reid. Yeah, we know you're big. You're huge. You're gigantic. Oh, man. Flexing right there, too.
That's all it takes.
You know what? Now that I'm looking at it, because I just finished Vesperia yesterday, now I'm like seeing like how they're talking about how they're helping the humans and whatnot. That's like kind of something that you see in Vesperia too. So it's a cool little callback, I guess. I didn't quite realize at the time. What am I doing? Let's get killed. I forgot. You didn't really play Vesperia, if I recall correctly, right?
No, it's always been kind of piecemeal here and there, but I've seen enough of it to kind of know the general gist of just everything that goes on with it, unfortunately. But one of these days, I just need to jump into it. But yeah, now that you mention it, I mean, this game is, I guess, like the first one that really gives summon spirits some kind of personality. I mean, it only had Fantasia before it, but Fantasia was just kind of, they're here, they're kind of tools, they do such and such. But I mean, that game was just more kind of focused on just the general, Dal's doing this, Dal's doing that. Summon spirits are just kind of there, but I don't know. I guess having a voice and everything here just kind of helps them out a little bit more.
Oh yeah, I think Maxwell's the only one that had a personality, to be honest, out of the ones from Fantasia. But other than that, like, that's only so much of a personality that gets overshadowed by the main plot itself. So yeah, you're definitely right with that.
Rim's theme, so good. This soundtrack, oh my goodness. This soundtrack.
Go off.
So this game's soundtrack is like, I hate this game's soundtrack, but at the same time, it's surprisingly good a lot of the time. Like, just seeing the stream and just hearing all these songs again, it's like, man, it's really well used. Like, in the game, it fits so well. But just hearing hearing songs randomly, it's just like, this is kind of weird. Outside of exceptional themes like this one, I don't know. Eternia I feel like it's bad, but it's so good at the same time. It's frustrating. It is a very frustrating soundtrack. It's not something just like, Legendia, it's amazing, or something like that. But I don't know what it is, but Rim's theme, absolutely. God tier.
I want to say it has something to do with, like, maybe context, because I feel like if you play the game and, like, experience in the context, it feels like the songs complement the game design better than, like, just hearing it by itself for the most part. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, and I know Eternia's had, like, weird official releases, like, the actual in-game music sounds better than the official release, and they've had, like, the remaster release has been used for, like, the main, it's a lot of weird releases with the music. But yeah, I think it definitely works better in context, outside of Rim's theme, the battle themes, ability tests, stuff like that. But yeah, I was thinking like what's it called? With the themes though, Rim's theme, like, it's good, but it also gives back very painful memories because what happens later on and all that. That's all I'm gonna say. But oh no,
yeah,
yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, the theme's so good though. But yeah, I totally understand. It's painful memories.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, any song can be as good. I mean, even there's a Zesteria water song that's good too. It's like, I hate it because of the dungeon, but that's pretty much it.
The water trial?
Yeah, the
I
water
like
trial.
That dungeon. I actually really like that dungeon. It's like I guess like a puzzle, a living puzzle. It's hard to say. It's like the dungeon itself is the puzzle, which doesn't sound like amazing, but it's not really something that's done too natural. I don't know, but I don't know. I like that trial. The other trials just always seem kind of weird or artificial to me, and outside of maybe the wind one, but Zesteria things. I mean,
we can still talk about this. It's Tales of Marathon Stream. It's not Tales of Eternia Marathon Stream.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Zesteria, like, when it comes to the trials, I think, like, my favorite one is the fire trial. You didn't like that one too much?
I don't recall anything particularly special about it. Honestly, it was just kind of running around and lighting a few things, and I don't. It's not too memorable for me. Like the wind one, I remember pretty well, and it was like I guess puzzled on itself, or just a different layout in general. And I think the water one I like so much because it actually makes you like think about movement. It's not super complex or anything, but dungeons like kind of make you like think about and process your actual movement through the dungeon compared to just, oh, I'm in a puzzle room now, let's do the puzzle or something like that.
Okay.
And honestly, the Earth Trial, I don't even remember what that was about, honestly. The Earth one was just kind of a weird one in general for me. But I mean, the other three, I don't know. They were fine. I don't think they're even the water trial. I don't think is particularly like amazing. I'd have to really think about amazing dungeons in the series. But yeah, I don't know. I always like the water trial there.
Fair enough. I guess my impressions were kind of like stilted during that time because like during the time when I was going through it and whatnot, I think I was just confused by the fact that the water power sort of like changed its rules, and like instead of it going for a very long time, it just like goes across the span of 2 tiles. So that kind of confused me a little bit. And the eyes, there's like one eye where it's like, oh, you have to go there. You go to one of them out of the other one. That was like I give up. I give up.
Yeah, that's fair. That is.
Right, let's see here. So we got the Sorcerer's Ring from Rem, by the way, a very staple item through the series. In Destiny, I remember it just being like just random, like, oh, here's the Sorcerer's Ring. It's like, okay, it uses lens. All right, and that's pretty much it. But here they actually give you more of a story reason for it again, which I would say is better than Fantasia's, but can't really compare too much to Fantasia's. It's the first game at the end of the day, so. Definitely the best implemented up to this point for this one, I'd say.
Yeah. I think having it just be some random thing is kind of like, what? Why? Like I get Destiny's whole like corporation, their whole thing, like the whole corporate versus like ancient stuff that's going on. But I don't know, just having it be just a thing doesn't really make too much sense, especially like with the name Sorcerer's Ring. But I digress. Here it's done pretty well.
You know, you bring up the name, and I never really thought of the name now anymore. I always just thought, oh, it's the Sorcerer's Ring, it's the usual Tales thing. But when I keep thinking about it, it's like, you know what? Yeah, it is a really weird name. Why is it the Sorcerer's Ring? Who's this sorcerer that we're getting this ring from?
Yeah, that's just kind of something with Tales in general. Like, I was having a conversation, I guess a few weeks ago, about how I think a lot of these games, they don't really have like that. I mean, they don't necessarily need it, but like sort of fairy tale aspect to them, like where things aren't well defined. And Legendia and Hearts kind of came up in that discussion, where there's a lot of like aspects about those games which are just kind of not really chronicled. They're just kind of things like as a kid you would kind of hear as like an actual fairy tale. Like, I mean, I always go to Legendia because I love that game so much. But
same.
Just like the names of some of the dungeons, like the Man-Eating Ruins or the Forest of No Return, just like something you would hear kind of like in a storybook, like an actual tale, quote unquote. And I don't know, I feel like something like the Sorcerer's Ring kind of goes into that. Like, it's this ring, and it was owned by someone, obviously a sorcerer.
Yeah.
I guess history's kind of forgotten his name or something, his or her name. It's been forgotten at times. So it's just the Sorcerer's Ring. So you think, okay, this is just gonna be some ancient ring that's used for such and such, gameplay, whatever. But I don't know, having it be like just a tool in Destiny's kind of weird. But again, that's a little too far thinking there for something so small. But little small things like that, I don't know.
No, we could be onto something here. You know what I think? You know what I think it is? The Sorcerer's Ring. The sorcerer is a metaphor for the player. So it's all the power that the player is giving to the characters in the story.
We're the sorcerer this whole time.
Oh yeah, we are the sorcerer this whole time. Now we know the metaphor. We're in. We got this. All right.
That's supposed to be a pun, Panman, a metaphor.
No, actually, I that was unintended. I actually, what's the pun? I lost it. Metaphor?
Metaphor?
Oh! Isn't that derived from metaphor, though? Yeah, I hate it now, too. Thanks for pointing it out.
I guess? Not too sure. It should be, but...
Oh, did Keel fail the carbonara? He totally did, didn't he? What? Yo, these ingredients are expensive. Thank you.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, this recipe comes up so soon, but it's super useful. I still remember like my last playthrough. I'm like, yeah, I gotta get that recipe because it's overpowered. I don't know why so soon, but again, this game stingy with the TP, throws poison at you in like the second dungeon. So I don't know. I guess it's kind of a break.
No, you know what it is? We're almost nearing the end of Act 1. This game is really short. Like, technically, we should be getting the...
Yeah, that is true.
This is normal. We're already close to the end of Act 1, so this is completely standard for the Tales progression here with Eternia.
That is fair.
But actually, there's more to it that I do appreciate about it, but I'll get to talking about it once we get there because of what happens once we get into Act 2, I'd like to say. I know I danced all over that. I freaking danced all over that. But I'll talk about it soon once we bring it up. Ultimately, it has something to do with recipes and their availability and ingredients.
Merity.
Oh, this is what we learned. Because we learned about Rem. And what Rem revealed to us, basically. The Grand Fall made by humans. And Merity's like, yeah.
Belir? Who exactly is that?
Didn't some person mention it before? Mentioned Belir's name before, I'm pretty sure. And Keel, you're supposed to be a researcher. You forgot already?
It is Belir who is behind the
Maybe I'm being hard on Keel because Keel is usually hard on others. So I'm being hard on Keel right now because of this. Keel's the bell, yes. Part of me kind of was a little bit sad that we talked over that a little bit, but that's such an iconic line. Keel's the bell.
It's good, man. I mean, the direction for this game is all over the place, but I don't know. These voices, I think they fit pretty well, and sometimes there are moments like that which are just like, okay, that could have been done with like an actual good direction and stuff like that. So yeah, it's too charming. It's just too charming.
No. You know what? That line needs to be like put in a museum. To be honest, because that line is like pretty much like the epitome of so bad it's good. Like, I appreciate lines like that if this game can churn it out, basically. It's weird. Like you said, this game's weird. It's all over the place, so I don't know. I don't know.
It's something alright, but yeah, that line, I mean, honestly, standout line there. Regardless of, thoughts on the general dub. I mean, this dub, overall, it's quote-unquote bad, but you can tell an actual bad performance in this game. Like, was it Rowan earlier?
Rowan!
Oh, God, it's just not... He's not even acting. He's not even trying.
No, you know what it is? I made the analogy when somebody's in the room watching me practice this, and then they're like, what is that? I'm like, it's like high school acting, isn't it? It's like, yeah. No, it's not even high school acting. You know what it is? It's like you're in your English class, and you're like reading through the theater like piece or whatever, and then you get the one kid who tries to be like, oh, I'm gonna read it with emotion, and it's like, no.
It's like, please stop. This is not worth it.
But I think it's too early to assume that the bad guys.
I'm here to stan. I'm here to stan Kevin Miller Reid all day. I don't care. Sly Cooper Reid is the best. And we need him back. Sam Riegel needs to retire. Kevin Miller forever.
Whoa. Sam Riegel retire as Reid, basically. He's not Reid anymore. So he could get any other role. You want him as Jude? You want him as Flynn? He's right there.
I guess he was Jude. God. Yeah, but no, I haven't. I mean, when was the last time you even had Reid in English? Was it just Abyss?
It was just technically Radiant Mythology 1, because like that came out after Abyss, yeah. And that was when we heard Sam Riegel go all out, basically, with the role, outside of just being in like attack or whatever.
I heard it.
Yeah, you heard me. You said that pun to me once before. You said that pun to me once before. I picked up on it. So this is what we call the boomerang coming back. In other words, karma.
Me too. I hate it.
But you know what? Like honestly, I heard I really want to like when I played through this game twice. I got very nitpicky about the acting, so to sort of like clean myself a little bit, I wanted to like watch Kevin Miller. I wanted to watch like the Sly Cooper games. Like, I'm glad he got better after this. I'm glad.
He is so good. I mean, granted, I haven't played all the Sly Cooper games, but he's great in those games. Like, all I've seen, he sounds pretty great in those games. And I mean, that's a different kind of connotation for a character, but I mean he can still come back. He can still pull it off. I mean, Bamco just has to give him the call, and we can make it happen. Eternia remake, I'll be there. I will make sure Cramo Ball is good to go. I will play test it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until that game is out.
Yeah, man. Okay, Undine's out of HP. We're kind of getting near the end of this dungeon, but now we're going through like that whole dungeon damages you as you keep going. So this is going to be a little bit rough, but not too much. It's definitely annoying for a bit, that's for sure. Let's see if we could get a Carbonara. But no, yeah, Eternia. Kill. God. 5. 6. Thank you. 7.
Okay, nice.
All right. Hold up. At the start of this dungeon, I started with the Max Carbonara. I think we only got like 3 successes. 3 successes.
I mean, it's fine. You'll make it. I believe in you.
I mean, I don't mind. We're right over here, but Keel. You know how much I cost in gold? That's that's not too much to be honest, but that means I still have to spend cash though.
Yeah, I think the music note is just a bait. I mean, obviously Keel's having some issues, so.
He just heard about the Grand Fall. I understand. He might be a little bit shook right now. It's all good. All right. So these enemies here, I have nothing to say about them. I don't know why I'm pointing them out. They're just in the way. That's pretty much what I wanted to point out. Get rid of the arms.
Pretty obnoxious. Fireball. What? Fireball? Keel.
I think I forgot to turn it off after we redid the fight with that freak. So thank goodness you didn't cast it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I could have sworn you turned it off.
Yeah, and you're right on that, but unfortunately, I forgot to turn it back on. Well, it doesn't matter. We're done with that free gorge. Let's just take our campsite here from a Fantasia sprite on PSX, and let's keep on going. All right.
Good old charming PS1 world maps.
Yes.
So good.
Let's do it.
The encounter rate is a different story.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, there's only so much you can do with that, I guess. But I guess it does remind me, first time I actually ever did play Eternia, and getting to Shambard, the town before Ifrit Gorge, and it was the worst experience of my life because I was using like the old family computer, and it has like the wave effects and everything.
Oh yes.
Horrible. I will never forget Shambard's music. I'll never forget the layout. I'll never forget anything. Just because I was stuck there for so long. God, everything was moving like 2 frames. I was like, can I please? I just need to get through. Where do I go? What is Chambaloon? I don't know. I just want to leave. And then coming back to it years later, I was just like, what is this city? I don't remember. I remember like, oh yeah. God, that was so long ago. But
hey, at least you're able to see what you were doing. When Tales of Destiny on PSX had that effect, when you went to the whatever it's called, the desert, like you couldn't see anything. It was a black screen, and there were like little lines that went up and down. It's like, you're done. You can't play it. You buy the game. Go buy the game now. You can't play it anymore.
I just back then not understanding the concept of just PCs in general, and it's like, oh, my family computer can do this, and no, it couldn't. And this is why, we don't need anyone else suffering emulation woes. We should make this game available for purchase. I will do everything in my power to get this game re-released.
What year was it when you first played this game, then?
Let's see. That is a tough question. Probably. Let's see. So the first game I played in this series was Abyss.
Ooh.
Actually wasn't the first game I heard about. Actually, so I guess the first game I literally heard about was actually this game. And it was like a gaming magazine ad, which I think I actually still have for Tales of Destiny 2. I guess no one really remembers magazines, but I remember seeing it there, and it looked kind of interesting, but also kind of like, oh, that's another PS1 JRPG that I'll never play because I'm too busy, I guess, playing Final Fantasy 7 and 9 all the time. But yeah, first one I actually saw in action was Symphonia on, what was it?
GameCube?
It was actually G4, like this game TV channel, which
Oh!
my family didn't actually have cable at the time, so I saw it visiting family, and I was like, what is this? And Tales of Symphonia came up, and I was like, yo, this looks sick, and it's on GameCube. Oh, my family's super frugal, and I don't have a GameCube, so I guess I'll never play this. And yeah, eventually I met Pissarro, and he kind of told me about Symphonia a lot, and eventually I ended up, I guess, either renting or borrowing Tales of the Abyss. Yeah, and I think it was after I beat Abyss, and that was what? Abyss came out in 2006, so I think it was 2006, 2007 when I played it.
2000. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and then I think right after Abyss, I played Fantasia, and then after the Fantasia, I believe I played Eternia. So it was around 06, 07. Yeah, it had to be around then. But actually, hold up. I may have that wrong. I think it was Abyss, Legendia, and then Fantasia, and then Eternia, and then Destiny, and all the other stuff. But yeah, because around 09, that's when I was getting into like importing like Rebirth and Destiny, and I think that's when I started like YouTube stuff in general. So that was definitely the big painful era of modding your PS2 to play imports and stuff like that. Horrible. But yeah, it had to be around 06, 07, potentially 08, but I think it was probably on that 07 time frame. And my family, again, pretty frugal, so we never really upgraded too much and anything like that. We just mostly had a computer just for, do your school reports and blah, 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 and, you know.
Right.
And yeah, Eternia was fine, literally, until Shambard, and then I was like, what? What's going on? I don't know what's going on. This game, I want it to end.
Triple Blossom.
Yeah, something with like the emulation settings that you changed, right? You know, when you bring it up, I'm like, I think I might have done it because I'm pretty sure I went past that point. But yeah, I can't imagine like how the emulation settings were like back in the day. Because oh man, just getting everything compatible was like already hard enough as is.
Yeah. But I wanted to play it. I think Legendia, well, Abyss hooked me pretty well, but Legendia as well. I was just like, man, Tales of the Abyss, Tales of Legendia, this series is actually sick. And I think I ended up like buying Symphonia GameCube and then like borrowing one of my friends' GameCubes, the console. I bought the game and then I borrowed the console just to play the game. And I was like, okay, this game is sick. And then I gave back the console and I just had like Symphonia on the GameCube. Like I can't play it. What am I doing? But yeah, discovering this series, man, fun times, man. Fun times. This series is the sickest in the world. Don't care what anyone says.
Sorry, I was just trying to see if I could find the one reference to the anime here, because I know it's like around Sylph Cavern. I just gotta remember where Sylph Cavern was. I think it was like close to Moral or something like that. Oh yes, okay, I remember now. It's just one of the few references to that anime that I always like to show, I guess. Well, I was planning on showing because hey, let's film Eternia as much as we can. So
that is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, and I think like it changes, like the dialogue changes depending on which act you're in. So like Act 1, if you drop by right over here, you're gonna meet up with an old man here, and then he talks about some rumors of a girl who could ride a dragon named Drake. Apparently, I didn't even know it was called Drake. I thought it was something else. And it says, unfortunately, you can't meet her in this world.
Huh.
And this is why I'm like thinking, you know, if they were to remake Eternia, make the world be like an alternate dimension or something that they could like join or something. I don't know. Something could be done. I'm not a writer. Let the writers do the job. But basically, I feel like something could be done with like the anime characters who show up. We could have like a solid 8-player cast. Well, 9 if you could count the other guy. Basically, like if the girl Bard becomes like, you know, like Johnny, and Maroni like another swordswoman.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they would most likely do that if Eternia ever got a re-release. I mean, just basing it off of Parts R, Innocence R. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, you know, Chat, Max, they definitely, you know, just squad up for real, and then, you know, 2 random new, probably. I don't know if they'd use the anime character specifically, but I mean, they would find a way to make it an 8-person party, 8 or more at the very least.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty sure you're in the chat when I was talking about it before, but we really should have had the Eternia remake right after the Destiny remake. Like, I think a lot of people were really wanting it, but then, unfortunately, it wasn't really what they decided to do, which was just, oh well, it's a missed opportunity, it is what it is, but I hope later on someday they bring it back, because, like, usually Bamco nowadays is, like, going new game port, new game port, new game port, so I hope after Arise they consider bringing back, like, a game like this, essentially. It'd be good to fill the blanks.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to see where they would end up going. I mean, there's a whole bunch of options. Just raw ports. I mean, that'll be useful for a lot of things. But then you have to like take in localization into account for stuff like Rebirth and Destiny 2. I mean, I could definitely see, you know, easy targets coming out first. Tales of the Abyss should be an easy one and still pretty popular, just in general. Of course, the PS3 games, which I don't know why they haven't happened anytime recently. Graces,
Yeah.
Azaleas. I mean, those seem like pretty easy targets, but I'm not a developer. I don't work on ports or anything like that, so I can't say. But yeah, for the older stuff, especially like Eternia, which is Eternia and Rebirth and Destiny 2, which technically have, you know, competent ports on the PSP. They're not perfect. I mean, they do have a lot of small issues that if you just put their original versions and the PSP versions together, you'd have like this amazing product. But I'm not sure what they would do with those, honestly. The remakes seem like a good option, but at the same time, I mean, could just be getting some quality ports out and then just working on something new. I don't know. You know, the ideal world. I would love to see the originals and the remakes together. Maybe have the original in the remake or something like that. But I'm also of the mind that I don't think we're missing out on too much not having Fantasia PS1 around. Not to hate, you know, just in general on the game or kind of rag on anybody that likes that game, but specifically that game. I don't think it's a huge loss, but even still, I would like to see, you know, if Destiny DC remake 2022 ever comes out, then I mean, I would like to see the original attached to it in some way, just because.
Honestly, Tales of Destiny PSX shouldn't be lost to time. Like, those old games, I certainly agree that, like, they should be experienced at some point, because they're a part of the history, and if, like, honestly, Tales of Destiny from Tales of Fantasia SFC was a huge jump, so, like, it kind of helped cement the foundation of the series further, especially with Eternia to refine it even more, so never forget the classics.
Very cold.
Except for Fantasia on the Super Nintendo. I don't think Bamco's ever going to touch that again. There's a lot with that game, which is just tied up with old squabbles, old just issues, just getting it released to begin with. Tri-Ace, Wolf Team, whatever you want to say. There's a lot of issues with that game in general. I don't think that would ever show up again, unfortunately.
We'll
I mean,
when we get there.
that's the Fantasia I've honestly played the most, and I do like that game, but you know, just a lot of political stuff in the background. I don't think that version would ever come back. But I mean, Fantasia PS1 is it's a pretty solid game, so that can work.
Yeah.
And you know, if they want to do like Tales of Fantasia Cross, or I guess not iOS, which happened, but you know, cross stuff. I mean, they could do that too, but I don't know how they would want to tackle that.
I don't want to remember iOS. It was a thing, and then it stopped, and then I heard some people who finished it. I'm like, more power to you, but Yeah, there
What?
are people who finish. I know maybe one or two. Maybe three. I don't know if Abby did or not. I think she might have.
That's exactly
How?
why I want to know.
Well, finish it before the game was removed from service, of course. Like, I don't know
Did you
how
have
else
to
to tell you.
pay to?
Haven't you guys ever
Was it
heard
like
of
pay to
Vercsase
save or something?
Sorry?
I forget what it was, but it's like, what is this game?
Reid, let's go together.
And it had like its own literal
Good night.
localized opening. Like I brought it up earlier, like the instrumental Fantasia iOS opening, which is just lost to time. I mean, it exists,
have
but
it.
it's just like, wow, this, God, like what in the world?
I have the song. If you want to hear
Yeah,
it.
no,
anytime.
it's out there. I actually brought it up a few weeks ago, and I'm like, man, this existed. Like a few months, this literally existed. But yeah, I do see Curve Pop in the chat bringing up the SNES costumes. That would be kind of sick, honestly. Like if Fantasia ever got a, I guess remake or re-release, like I guess Symphonia Chronicles with where they added in costumes and stuff like that. Which, granted, for sprites would be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I would love to see, if not the costumes themselves, and like at the very least palette swaps to kind of match them. Just because it's it's a part of history as much as it's like in a weird limbo between development teams and publishers back then. I think it's still pretty interesting seeing all that, all those concepts from the original. The original Tale Fantasia, what it originally was at least. Yeah, but seeing that actual game itself, never gonna happen, unfortunately. Fantasia SNES.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the moment you mentioned, like, oh, skins, like, yeah, it could, there's too much red tape to go around. Like, there's no way they could get through it without, well, you know what? I mean, Square, like, Star Ocean crossed over with Fantasia, so, I mean, well, Triumph does have some kind of relationship. They're able to put aside their differences at that point. Like, I don't know, like, why not, try it again with Fantasia. Maybe it could be a sign for things to come, even though that happened 3 years ago, if I recall.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see it. I just don't know where any of that stands. And I think, especially with Fantasia, there's just enough new versions of the game where I could see Bamco just going like, oh, okay, the original doesn't really matter. And I mean, which unfortunately a lot of publishers kind of go that way, but
yeah,
just from a financial practical sense, it just kind of makes sense just to, at the very least, start from the PS1 version, if not go with the cross version, which is has its own little quirks as well.
Yeah, man. Like now we're talking about Fantasia. I'm like, part of me still has this sort of like feeling that I should play that version someday, like the Super Famicom, because I know I have it and I know I can do it, even though I know like the quirks of it are like things that people find like very archaic, but there's also a crowd that grew up with it. Well, grew up with it, and also the particular DJAP translation. That's a whole different can of worms altogether. But yeah, DJAP, jeez, like how much?
It's an interesting translation. Granted, all of the Fantasia translations, I don't think there's a perfect one out there. Like all the fan translations. They do pretty well. The PS1 versions both do pretty well, but I still think, at least from what I've seen, I feel like there could just, if Bamco actually sat down and put together something pretty great, I think we could have a really solid product there. But again, I don't work at Bamco. I don't know what their thought process is, and I know the idea of a weird 2D game like from a trillion years ago probably doesn't sound like the most marketable thing, but I don't know. I do not know.
By the way, do you happen to know where that Katrin is? I'm trying to make sure that I do it before the next part, but I don't know where the last portion is. If you happen to know, cool. If not, then I'll just let her wander around in Inferior and never find her lover.
Let's see, which was the last one that you saw?
I believe it was Chambered. We were there, and she was picking out clothes from Rashians.
I think the last one is back in, so you did Chambered. I think the last one's in Barol, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But I think it's like way later in the game.
Oh, is it way later? I thought it was like right before the thing happened. Okay. Well, then in that case, I guess I'm heading out then. Let's go.
Yeah, you saw her in Moral, saw her in Beryl the first time. I think you saw her in Chambard. Have you seen her? I think there's like a ship ride that you can see her on, but yeah, I think the last one is in Beryl at the very least, but I think that's way later in the game.
Okay, I definitely didn't see her on a ship, so maybe that might be next, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you have to like one of the few times you're on the ship or something like that, like the actual sea vessel. I think you can see her in one of those rooms there. But yeah, it's been, let me just look it up.
All right.
It's been ages.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm curious.
What can I do to kill time then? What time is it right now? We got like maybe 2.5 hours. Jeez. This pretty much what the game's gonna be.
Eternia's a weird one. It just goes straight into it. Like, okay, you beat Ephraim. Okay, well, time to do the thing and start the second act, and it doesn't stop. Like, it just keeps going.
Just keeps going.
Like, it's a really interesting plot and everything, but it's also pretty straightforward, and you really have to get invested in the characters and how they're all connected and stuff like that, which, I mean, I guess you could say that for most Tales games, but especially here, because it's just mostly just a straight shot through the game.
Yeah, and I'm like thinking like I have the same. Oh, jeez, Farah. The same reason why I what was it before? Like have this thing with Vesperia. I have no qualms with the game. It's just that it's really long for marathon. My qualms for this game is I like that the game is short, but I have to think of trying to fit it in the marathon. So that's why I keep pointing it out each time, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I think Eternia's bread and butter is just all the weird side stuff you can do, all the experimentation, again with the Cramel cage here, mini games, Cramel Ball. Did I mention Cramel Ball? That game is amazing. You should play that right now.
Should I play it while you look for it?
No. Actually, okay, here we go.
All right.
Katrine. Yeah, so you saw her Cramel Ball, Moral, Beryl, Cafeteria. If you take the first class ship ride, that's the one. Where that is, I'm not sure where that initial ship ride was. I know it was earlier, but I'm not sure if you could actually go back and take that. But yeah, that would be the one, and then Beryl near the end of the game.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about though, because it might be at some port. Maybe it's the Infurian port, because that's the only one we saw. I want to say.
Yes, the ship ride that you took to get to Beryl. But I just recall where that was. That Inferia?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Inferior, because that's where we left
Yeah.
Keel for Zosimos or whatever his name is. Yeah, Zosimos. I'm playing this game right now. I should know his name. Okay. Let's see.
Inferior map is weird, and I don't know. It's a big world, but it's also just kind of like, okay, here's Inferior, and also the kingdom sucks here, and I hate the Inferior kingdom, and then you go to a better place.
Much better place. Much better song too.
Oh yeah.
The thing
Wait,
about that
talking
battle
theme?
Yeah,
or-
battle theme.
Ah!
Oh, you don't like it?
Pretty. No, I really like it, but they're both pretty good. Like, I don't know if I could say it. Now, boss theme. I mean, clearly the second one's better.
Yeah.
But normal theme? I don't know. That's tough.
The thing I like about the normal theme is that it doesn't work as a remix. It can only be done in this game. This game is the only mix I like it of. Any other one, the instruments just don't work. You need the game's instruments that are done just for the actual disc, because any other mix I heard is just not. It just doesn't give it justice, I feel.
Yeah, I actually can't think of too many outside of the official CD release and that weird remaster OST, but it works best just in the game, in the sound font. It's just, can't beat it. Cannot beat it.
Yeah, think about because I heard the Radiant Mythology ones, this sounds even worse. I gotta stick with the only one that I hear here, basically. No other version can replicate it. I don't know. I don't even think even Orchestrated could help it. You just have to hear it here.
No.
Is that too much of a statement?
Yes, some things just only work one kind of way. And, I love Radiant Mythology and everything, but a lot of the remixes there, sometimes they're just not on point, which, That's just what it is. Sometimes. So yeah, first class, and she should be there, assuming the Chambard one didn't override her or something like that. But I'm not sure if that would be the case.
All right, I guess we'll find out. I think like the cool thing about first class versus second class. First class, you get additional items, if I recall. Yeah, there you go. And I think it also counts as an aim rest too, so you get a full heal as well, which is pretty good.
White cloak.
Never get bored watching the sea. I love the little things like that when all the characters comment on stuff like that. It's the little things.
Yeah.
Let's see. So
yeah, Eternia, like for the longest time, this game always kind of represented all those PS1 RPGs I never really played, but always looked interesting, like Grandia, Lufia, what am I thinking of? I guess Wild Arms too, stuff like that. This always kind of seemed to fit in with those more so than like Destiny and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's just all the little quirks of RPGs of those times really stick out here, and cannot hate it.
you were right, Vercsase. Thank you for the heads up, by the way.
Oh yeah, there she is.
She needs a pass? I've never done this.
I do remember this. Yeah.
So, after this, I don't have to worry until much later in the game, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we did the Chambard one, so the last one should be back in Beryl, but that's like way later. Apparently, when we get one of the other vehicles, so pretty near the end of the game.
Alright. Yeah, guys, this is how short this game is. I could do this and we're still okay for time. Like, I can even go for an extra 30 minutes, but I don't think we'll need to. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how long that other... wait, what? She's a noble. Oh, no, he's thinking she's a noble. Oh, okay. I think I'm following this properly. Yeah, I didn't see it this far. Oh, okay, so Farah's behavior kind of just tricked these Navy men, but they ain't gonna fool Reid. Wait.
Reid.
Wrong place, wrong time. But there was a treasure chest right there. Couldn't let me pick it up after that cutscene. That's not cool.
Oh yeah, no, just take the ride again. You'll be fine.
I'm not spending another 960 gold. We're good. We're good. The reason why we got that aerial board. I'm only doing this for one side quest. Man, I still can't believe this game. Like, I went from the most tightest games ever in terms of squishing it in, and then, oh, well, you know what? I guess we won't be back. Well, we won't be able to play this game for a while, so we might as well do one more.
Minch is the best. Minch I've used for study music in college for more nights than I can recall. This is the best song that is drilled into my head in this series, and I want it out. No, but it's great. I love this song.
But now we're gonna hear some Crane Ball.
Crane Ball! Yo, the best game.
It's so much fun. I think I put this like in my Azalea Khan panel too. Like I knew I had to put this in, but I don't think it never got drawn, so unfortunately nobody got to play it. But this is so good.
The silliest game in the world. And I hate the AI. They just like stand around until.
Oh shit! I did the wrong
precise moves. Oh!
I did the wrong thing. I forgot how to play this. I forgot how to play this for a second. Shoot. If it's the same color.
Standing there, winning by nothing.
All right, hold up. Like, where did they get this giant like magic beach ball or something? It's just what is going on here? All right, you gotta chase us down right over here. Where are you going? Where are you at? Oh, what? What? What was that? What was that?
It's horrible.
Terrible. Okay, hold up. Come on, we got this.
Literally.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Man, this game.
Horrible.
Okay.
It's the worst.
Sorry, I gotta go now. As much as I've been meandering around, it's time to go. I like Cramo Ball, but I don't think we're gonna make this a Cramo. Well, I think you would want to make it the Cramo Ball stream, but I have to keep
24-hour stream.
24-hour stream of Cramos. All right. Did I do the question yet? No, I didn't. Okay. Question time here. For those who may be tuning in for the first time, go to bit.ly/TOMS3 giveaway if you need a recap of the rules to join. question will be up for 40 minutes, and follow the link on screen if you want to see it as I pause this battle here. So, the question is, not that. I keep forgetting to change it. What item was gifted to us by Rem at F3 Gorge? Your timer starts now. Let's go. Looks like we're fighting enemies from F3 Gorge as well, so a little bit of timing. More like just the Hellhounds, really.
Well, I guess these feather magics were in other games. I'd have to.
Narakiri Dungeon, definitely Narakiri Dungeon.
Well, yeah, outside of that, like another mainline game. Pretty sure they have been.
They know Fearful Flare? What the fuck?
Flare?
What? I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Well, I'm not dealing with that. I'm good. I'm good. We're good.
Why do they know that?
I don't know. That should not have been a thing. Anywho, let's heal at the Farless. Heal at the Farless Sanctuary and actually do this dungeon now. All right. Man, do you like all this padding? I like all this padding. All this padding right over here reminds me of Tales of Destiny for Marathon Stream 2. Good times. Good times.
Tales of Destiny. It's been way too long, but I don't recall what padding for Tales of Destiny.
Tales of Destiny. No, you know what the padding was? The padding was me not knowing where to go. That's pretty much what it was.
Oh, that's fair. That is fair padding. Yeah.
Oh, I love Reid's observations. It's huge. It's tall. It's big. It's like, yes, Reid. So easily abused, this guy. But it's all the more charming. All the more charming for Reid.
So yeah, time for the climb.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, that reminds me, there's this one part of this dungeon which is like a little bit irritating, but as long as you know what to do, what commands, when to do it, you should be okay. And I think my notes should be refined enough to know where to go. I hope. Always forgot about this song. I always thought it was pretty cool. Oh, this one, yeah, this song is pretty. This song comes back in a lot of Tales games. Like I hear it in Radiant Mythology 3. I hear it in Wraith. Like it's a pretty solid song. Even Bamco's aware.
Yeah, I mean, I think Radiant Mythology 3 had. I'm not sure if it had Mount Farlos in it specifically, but I know it had Ifrit Gorge in it, unless I'm thinking of 2, because those games are pretty close by. Pretty close to each other, but I'm pretty sure it was 3 that actually just had Ifrit Gorge as one of the dungeons in it. So, yeah, a lot of Eternia love, and I will reiterate again, if you haven't played it, Radiant Mythology 2, Radiant Mythology 3, excellent games.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, I remember some people like were recommending 3, but barely mentioned 2. So you say both 2 and 3 should be played?
So I mean, I would say yeah. I mean, of course, I played 2 first, and 2 is a pretty nostalgic game for me in general. Both with YouTube and just because the whole release up to 2 was, you know, that was when Tales Series Forum was still kind of around, and week was just like a big news drop for that game, and it was like, oh my goodness, who's gonna get their video this week, and you know, oh, it was amazing. And the game itself, I think, you know, it's still a solid game, much better than 1. When you play 3, you do see the quirks of 2 and how it's kind of weirdly just weirdly implemented. Like some of the characters are just way out of whack. Like I think I mentioned Tyr and Annie, they're just kind of busted in Arm 2, and then they had to nerf them pretty hard in 3 just to make them kind of normal. And I think the leveling for 2 is, it's not like shared XP throughout everybody, so it makes it kind of difficult, I believe, when you kind of want to play like the whole cast. But it was either the leveling or the equipment that was, yeah, I think it was the equipment that was. It wasn't handled as well as when 3 kind of cleaned things up and make things a lot more just spread out in general. So 3 is a much easier game to play than 2. But 2, I mean, it has a interesting antagonist. 2 also has the 3 composers on it. For like, you can choose. You had the main composer. Was it Kaz Nakamura, who did like Innocence and stuff like that? I think he was the main composer for 2 and 3, and I believe 1 as well. But 2 is where they brought in Goshina and Sakuraba at the same time. They all had like their own battle themes, and oh, so sick. And 3 kind of took some of that away. 3 still has Sheena doing like 2 dungeon themes, I believe, but not really too much outside of that. But two is pretty special in that regard. So I think it's worth playing a lot more than 1. And 3 is just kind of like 3 is just let's take 2, let's put everybody in it, smash Ultimate, everyone's here, and just kind of clean up all the messy parts of 2, and that is just a solid game.
I don't think there are translation patches of 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played them in ages, like since they released. Well, 3 a little bit farther after since it released, but I think if they do have any, they're probably pretty rudimentary translation patches, mostly just to kind of get through the game. At least that's what I've seen last time I checked. I probably wouldn't say there's anything too deep in regards to those, but probably enough just to get through it. But I mean, getting through those games is not a difficult task, and the plots are, I mean, they're kind of similar to 1, sort of, sort of. But
wait, I thought one was a little bit different though. I heard from a friend of mine because like 1, maybe you just like the villain of 1 a lot more than 2. Actually, wait, I remember something I looked into for Radiant Mythology 2. I heard the boss fight, the first boss song in that game, and I was like, "What is this? Holy smokes!
Oh yeah,
this is good.
Yeah.
This is good."
Yep. Yeah. So yeah. The 3 composers, they had I think it was 5. Was it 5 battle themes each, or something like that? And yeah, Kaz Nakamura just kind of like killed it and his are the default themes. He just like murdered the soundtrack. I don't know what he was taking. I don't know what he was smoking, but he did amazing on those soundtracks. And then I believe he had to like unlock Sakuraba and Sheena's music, and they're still pretty good. They're still amazing. Yeah, like I don't know if you remember Radiant Mythology 2, like trailers, like the actual build-up week by week, but like that Go Sheena theme in those trailers is actually one of the selectable final boss theme, basically. And it's like, man, so good. So good. But yeah, that's what ARM 2 kind of has over ARM 3, just that diversity, the whole build-up to it in general. But I mean, otherwise, 3 is just a superior game. Much superior.
So play 2 just to understand the evolution of the RM series until you get to 3, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fine with playing 1, 2 is just going to be like a night and day difference, and 3 is just a better 2. So, I mean, if you can spare the time, if you have enough interest, I'd definitely say play 2. Radiant Mythology 2, Yuri and Estelle are kind of funny because they're just like, oh, here's 7 arts and like 4 spells, have fun. But I mean, ARM 3, that cleans them up really well, and even the Grace's characters in ARM 3 are actually complete for the most part, if I remember correctly. So yeah, ARM 3 is an amazing game. ARM 2 is also good. Play them all. Be Free Gorge is in 3. We're playing Eternia right now. Go play 3.
Yeah, I definitely can remember that every gorge is definitely in RM3 because I think that was like one of the save points where I used to panel for. But yeah, definitely played. I'll get to the Radiant Mythology games eventually. It's just that Reid came out and Reid just is constantly delivering every single time. I like calling it like the Tales fans Tales app, like every single time it gets brought up. Yeah, it's yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I only played Raze like for the English release, and I think I stopped literally right before it stopped. Like the actual service was terminated, right? And I was like, man, this game is super sick. And I just been keeping up with it, just watching things. It's like, man, why isn't this on a console? I mean, I get it. You know, it's profitable being on the platform it's on, but it's like, Jesus, this is essentially what the next ARM should be, you know, with a few caveats here and there. I mean, Raids is cool, but I think there are a lot of just smaller things with Radiant Mythology, specifically like combat things, just where you have some more options. I mean, you know, Raids is limited by, oh, it's on a phone, you can do this, and this, and maybe this. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, that's basically the ARM 4 everybody wanted. Pretty much, yeah. Like, honestly, I think like the big thing about it is like, it might just be me because I'm so used to playing with buttons, but there's so many the current gaming target demo. They generally don't mind playing on phone, so that's probably why they're sticking there at this point in time. At the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing personal against phones. I mean, I don't go out of my way mostly because the actual software there just doesn't really appeal to me too much, or at least not to the point where I'd want to subscribe to Apple Arcade or something like that or whatever. I mean, Reid does appeal, but at this point, since it's shut down, and I was never really one to put money into mobile games too much, so that's kind of why I fell off the localized version. But yeah, I don't know. That is definitely something I would love to play. Put it on console, release it at 60, give me $200 worth of DLC day one. I will buy it all because I'm a shill. I'm going to admit it right now. I am a shill.
I probably buy it too, to be honest. Like, I'm still so mad at myself because Tales of the Race coming out. Actually, hold up. look at the bolded text here. It's the little details like this. Reid, kill Meredy.
It's Farah!
Never mind us. Look who saved me. It's just, it's regular. It's like, it's the little things, like, they can't hear that, but they can hear this.
Actually wondering, I don't recall if Raz actually says anything here.
I think
he's just not a screamer. Like,
there you go. It doesn't look like you can. The only one we're missing is Quickie saying something. Super bold text. They use the same bold text for like no good for nothing kills the bell. It's just so good. Yeah, Reid I would definitely love to play on like a Switch port. Like, give me a Switch port. I think that might appeal to all crowds, but there's just so much content in Reid that it feels like there's always the looming fear of like what will happen when Reid is done. Like, what will happen when like Reid is off the market? Is it just not gonna? Are they just gonna get rid of everything, or are they gonna like bring it forward somewhere else? So it's just that looming fear that makes me wish it was ported somewhere.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, if it did get like a console release, I mean, I'm 100% certain everything in Reid as it is now just wouldn't be there. I mean, there's licensing stuff. There's a lot of licensed stuff in that game.
That is
I don't
true.
know how that would make it onto an actual release like that. Outside of the core experience, though, I mean, yeah, it is worrisome to think about what would happen to the game. Of course, you could always say, oh, well, you could spend less time worrying and spend more time playing the game, but I mean, that has its own problems. Language barrier, which, I mean, it's not really a problem if you don't want it to be, but then time, money, just that comes with mobile gaming in general. But yeah, I don't know. It is definitely a situation, and I hope if they don't, move Reid somewhere else, I hope they do something with the progress they made with Reid to, make something else that's kind of similar to it, and just make it more available to just general audiences.
Versus 2. Did you see that one? Did you see that April Fool's joke they did?
I did. We actually need Twin Braves 2 is what we need. We need another Muso that nobody wants to play.
I you know what? Because like I don't play too many Musos or like things like that. Maybe it's because I don't know. Like I didn't mind Twin Brave. It was just stupid fun for me. Like I don't know. Like I'm guessing. Do you play a lot of Musos to sort of compare it and contrast basically? Like I thought it was just okay.
Well, back then, yeah, I played a lot of Musos because I actually did enjoy the main Dynasty Warriors line there for a bit of time, and then from there, just kind of branched off to a few things. I haven't played much of Twin Braves. I did not click with that game at all. It's very weird. Like, I guess maybe it's the hardware holding it up or holding it back, but it is just like it's weird. It's like weirdly sectioned off compared to a typical Muso at the time, and I don't know, just the characters themselves just didn't feel. I mean, I know a lot of Tales characters, have similar arts and everything, but I don't know, it just didn't feel satisfying actually playing the game. I don't know. At this point, they could actually make something really amazing with the Tails Muso. Just seeing what Omega Force has been doing lately, but yeah, no, Twin Brave is just not the vibe. That game is something else.
All right. Let's see here. So we're going through Mount Farlos right now. All these rocks falling around. They can damage you. They can hurt you. Make
not
sure.
Dangerous.
Yes. And Wyvern's here. Hello. By the way, we've got our Emerald Ring, like, in this dungeon. You see? Like, getting an Emerald Ring in a Tails game is usually like, oh, you're a third of the way through the game. So we're almost a third of the way through this game right now. So
yeah, that is it.
Yeah. So currently right now, things with this game, we're going through it, and essentially we should be getting to through a bit of Act 2 by the end of today. So we are speeding through this quickly as this rock damages me before I leave the screen. Let's see here. Let's get some heals here.
See. Tails party member ignored more than grass?
Not until recently, no.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not talking about like mobile characters like Gamut, aka my avatar, if you're not talking about those guys, I mean, yeah, there's like Max, Johnny, Mary. Honestly, I always kind of default to Mary. I don't know why. I do like Mary, but yeah, I feel like she's just always been kind of one of those characters. Lonnie's not a bad one either.
It's a good thing that Reid has fixed it, so that way, like, every character is playable now. So, like, there's no that argument doesn't really exist anymore, except like if we refer back to the day with RM3 or something. But yeah, like. Yeah, I mean, pretty much like the characters that ended up being added last 2 raids, those are the ones that you find your answer for.
Yeah, Raids gave us Moses in 3D. That's all I've ever wanted.
Yeah!
Moses in 3D. The meme is complete.
Finally, basically. He's finally out of the 2D world.
Ridiculous. Javelins in 3D.
Yeah. Whoa, okay, that was weird. So like these rock formation, these rock screens, there's 5 of them in this dungeon, and two of them, they don't have any treasure. So like there's always like the path where you have to go and the path where you go in the underpass. Yeah, they really want to waste your time a little bit if you want to explore, and oh, there's no treasure, well, you're gonna have to run all the way back and go through those rocks. So you gotta make sure you know which ones are the treasures and which ones don't. Which obviously you don't know for your first playthrough, but this is how we're speeding through it, everybody. This is the final dungeon of Act 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a strange one. And I guess, I mean, jumping a little bit ahead, the climax is also kind of, I guess, low-key. Like, for a first act, you kind of typically anticipate like some big bombastic ending, like, oh, this and that, and I don't know, Eternia. I mean, I kind of like it that way, in a way, because Eternia, well, I mean, we'll see it soon, but it happens, and then you're in such and such a place, and it's like, oh, well, I guess we have to do something, because, I mean, we're here now, it's kind of a point of no return, so we're here, and it's kind of like a weird, I guess, ominous, or, again, going back to that whole storybook analogy from earlier, it's just kind of like, you know, the unknown, it's kind of diving headfirst into it. It's pretty interesting. More so than when other games have kind of done that similar concept. I mean, Symphonia did it pretty well, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Eternia, something about it's just a little bit more interesting. But I guess we'll see it momentarily.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, jeez, did I not get any bread? Oh no.
No bread? What?
The pan is fake in my name. The pan is fake in my name.
Bread man, we need to go back. We need to find Sinnel. We can bake the bread, but we can do this.
I forgot to buy bear meat before I left. Oh no.
Don't worry, we can find some war bears. It'll be fine. We got this.
We're not fighting war bears for what's gonna happen after Act 1. We're not fighting a lot of stuff after Act 1. We're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Shoot. That's actually not good. I was expecting to go in with the carbonaras for the second act, but this is really not good. I'm gonna have to find the other recipes soon.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be it.
Yeah, I'll definitely talk more about it, elaborate on that, because I feel like it's a really good attention to detail. Like, there's a lot to Eternia's narrative that I really appreciate, especially like how gameplay. I'm gonna like be so big on this when gameplay helps talk about narrative. Like it's so. This game is probably one of the best examples of showing like gameplay narrative being told by gameplay essentially. Like it's so in there, it's so good. Like not too many Tales games really dive into it, and this one embraces it, and I love every bit of moment that it like dives into it basically.
Yeah, but what about taxes in Tales of the Abyss? Don't you like taxes?
No.
Talk about price hikes due to war?
No, I don't want to be reminded of the real world. That's why I play these games. Like, that's an entirely different thing altogether. Oh, you wanna lower the economy? Do these side quests. Like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've actually done like a. So let's do all the side quests and everything. A fresh playthrough like of Abyss. God, it's been a century. So yeah, but I remember it all. It's very weird. And honestly, I didn't make that connection until like kind of recently. How things kind of increase after the war starts and everything. But it's interesting. Honestly, I thought you were talking about in terms of economy. I thought you were hinting at Xillia 2 at first, but then it's like, oh no, Abyss did do all that compared to just Xillia 2 where you're just in debt all the time.
And Xillia 2 is nothing. Honestly, that death system, like, all you gotta do is just beat the Gigantos and move on. You're good.
Yeah, it's a little neat little quirk, but I mean, Xillia 2 does a lot of weird things to, I guess, reuse Xillia 1's assets. But it's interesting at the very least. But definitely not, definitely not a big, huge deal unless you're trying to get fancy ending.
Whatever that was. Anyway, wait, what's it? Oh no, yeah, I remember what happened when we finished with that. Yeah, it's not worth it. When it comes to Xillia 2, yeah, both Xillias I really need to revisit because those games are like, I really need to like revisit because like the last time I played them was like for the marathons, and after the marathon, yeah. Like those two games in Abyss, they've all been victimized by the marathon. At the end of the day, they've been left behind and never been played since. And I feel bad because, especially when I went off on Abyss that one time, I was like, I still feel so bad because Act 3 was just Act 2 over again, and I was nitpicky as heck during that time.
Yeah, Abyss is definitely. I mean, I think I said it earlier about how I think it genuinely is one of the best games in this franchise, but its gameplay just without reason. It holds it back a lot. It holds back a lot of the positive aspects of the game. I mean, even not just speaking combat, like even just traversal, it's just a pain. And then you get to Act 3 and it's like, what are we doing? Why am I at Macedonia? I don't want to be here. And then it finally gets interesting at the very end, but it's just like, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with
this cutscene, I think it's one of the few good moments where I thought this is a good delivery by the cast here.
I guess so.
Reid trying to deflect his obvious concern about Ras being the upstanding, strapping gentleman.
Man of the world.
Yeah.
Why are you looking
Here
at
it
me
comes.
like that?
Yeah, there's one. Meredy with the punchline after.
I'm not angry. It's just that Keel he's.
Yeah, that's
Forget it.
Time for part 2.
Just stating the facts. Farah is already 17 years old. It's
Eel.
natural for love to bleed.
Wait.
Shut up.
There it is.
He's angry.
Thank you, Meredy. See, like all they need is direction. To be honest, anyone who picks up that line, they could go that way, but it shows how well you deliver it depends on how good of an actor you are. And see, Kevin Miller can act. It's just a direction.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And
I don't know
again,
who these
I said it
actors
before. Yeah, I'm not sure who they are specifically, but I think Keel's voice is perfect for him. It just needs direction. I think Farah's is close to perfect for the character. And Meredy, I'm not too sure. only because her speech pattern is just kind of hard to pinpoint like an actual voice for it sometimes. But at the very least, Reid and Keel and Farah to an extent I think are pretty perfect. But again, they just need direction.
Yeah, pretty much. They just need that direction. Like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how else that I could say about this voice cast. You'll probably hear me repeat it throughout this marathon because, hey, I'm streaming 12 hours per day. But basically, yeah, the dub's fine. I mean, I think some other characters we meet later on, they're okay too. The one Bazooka, yeah, all he says is yeah, so yeah. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's about all you can do there. He has like maybe 10 or 20 actual lines in the game, and just a bunch of yeah otherwise.
Pretty much. I kind of like what they're doing here with the Wrath questioning Farah. It kind of sets up things for later on. And because like Farah's such a headstrong character, she never really like thinks about the dialogue of what if what I'm doing isn't quite the right thing. And Wrath here is basically the platform to sort of have her have that introspective perspective, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of jumping pretty far ahead, but I think just in general, again, Eternia's plot itself is it's interesting. It's not really as big and bombastic as other games, but it still does try to be that. I think the main thing that this game does pretty unique, that others have elements of but don't really like focus on, is like there's like a focus in this game on like childhood trauma for the majority of the cast, basically. And I mean, there are other games that have childhood trauma in them, and they kind of like touch on them. I mean, you could honestly name most games. I mean, Legendia, of course, always comes to mind with certain characters, Abyss, stuff like that. But this game specifically, it kind of uses childhood trauma as like a, I guess, narrative device, and it kind of backs the whole plot here. Like you can see it in most of these characters and how they act, and how like over time their trauma has manifested in certain ways where, okay, they act certain ways to certain individuals, and it takes certain moments in the plot in order for them to kind of, come to terms with such and such what happened. Again, not going to go into major details for the plot itself, but I think it's just kind of interesting that it kind of takes that mostly generic plot. I mean, the main villains, motivations are kind of they're not bad, but they don't really make much sense when you get down to the meat and potatoes. But again, it kind of reflects, I mean, in the characters here as well, just how things that have happened in their past kind of reflect on them in the modern time, in this current time in the game, and just how they take what they learn and what they experience in the adventure here, and I don't know, become better for it. And it's pretty interesting, and it's literally for all of the cast, like even Rowan. Yeah.
Hey, his character is fine. It's just his voice work is a different story. That has nothing to do with the character.
Yeah. I do wonder how he sounds in Japanese. I never actually heard it, but I imagine he sounds much better. But yeah, I mean that's something pretty unique for this game, and you can see it character by character in other games, but not so much, not as pervasive as it is in this game, which I've always appreciated that about Eternia. It's a little bit more down to earth. I mean, childhood trauma it's a really interesting topic just to kind of deal with, and I don't think too many games have actually done it super well. I think this game actually does it pretty well. Another one that always pops in mind is Final Fantasy X, another game I will stand for forever. But yeah, even there, it's just like mostly just one or a few characters. But this game does a pretty good job of just kind of having it back everything in the plot here, and kind of turning it into something a little less generic than the kind of Fantasia rehashy kind of thing that it has going on. So that's what I like about this game. But yeah, something we definitely start seeing more as we kind of build up to this, literally build up to the Act 1 climax here.
Yeah. The thing, like you mentioned, a very good point where it's like this game does embrace the theme of like the childhood trauma thing. Like I think Tales games that embrace the theme and explore between the characters, like a singular theme, I think they do better, I like to say, because Rebirth does it too, and that's also one of my favorite narratives because it just explores the themes of discrimination and whatnot. And I thought like it worked well because all the characters sort of like build off of each other and become more of a closer family because of it. And like to use like Rebirth and this game as examples, like compared to games where like they keep going all over the place. I don't like it when themes are oftenly spread all over the place unless like you give them all focus one at a time. Like Legendia is a big example of this where I feel like, you know, we focus on Sentinel's story and then we focus on everybody else's stories one at a time. Not like, oh, here's a little bit of this, here's a little bit of that, here's a little bit of this. It's just, it feels like it's more of a mess as opposed to the cohesiveness of games like this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like a game needs to have, this really big, deep narrative that permeates everything in order to be successful. I mean, first thing that comes to mind is like, I mean, I guess I haven't given the game much thought, but Tales of Destiny, it doesn't really, there's nothing really extremely profound in that game. You think about it. I mean, it has little bits of, things that happen in someone's childhood and things like that, but it's not really super pervasive. It's honestly just feels like a pretty standard, you know, kind of save the world adventure with, you know, bits here and there, which, I mean, again, it's not a bad thing. It works pretty well for the game. The game is obviously successful, very successful and still very popular. But yeah, I mean, I think the games have been pretty good with kind of nailing a central theme in general, and again, still being able to touch on certain smaller themes here and there that tie in pretty well. And Legendia honestly kind of feels that's kind of similar to Destiny in that way, at least for the main storyline. But again, when you get into those character quests, those character quests are pretty crazy and pretty legit, just in general. They're pretty profound in getting their certain messages across. But yeah, I don't know. These games pretty good with this in general. There have been, you know, ups and downs. Games that Exilium 1, games that had really great concepts, you know, haven't really seen them to their potential. Games that don't really care for any of that. Exilium 2, but I'm not gonna, you know, rag on specific games or anything like that. But yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting how this series has just kind of kept up that, you know, outside of all the it's a generic anime game, mash the button. It's like, no, it is, but it's not just that. Like, I mean, there's actually things here if you just pay attention, and there's a lot of subtext that actually is, you know, pretty important and pretty well done. But it's just kind of under this guise of, it looks anime, so it's probably gonna be bad. It's like, no, just play the game, play the game, listen to the characters, and, you know, see how things develop.
Yeah, like the thing about this series is that like the gameplay got me first. I thought I was expecting like I was at a time when like I didn't like turn-based. I sort of like liked it about turn-based now, but basically what the gameplay got with me, like the characters and the narrative certainly got with me afterwards. Like Symphonia's being Symphonia like newbie at the time, basically their characters really got me just fine. And then going through the series, you kind of get the same idea where it's like. It kind of makes you wonder, like, why do those people just sort of, like, say, it's just a mash and bash and continue on? It's like, I don't think these games have always been like that at all. It's just they're kind of giving you the label because they're short-sighted at the end of the day. There's just no other way to cut it, really.
Yeah, I don't know, the whole mash and bash thing is just particularly always been kind of frustrating with criticism for this series, because it's like, I mean, it's literally the opposite. Like, these games, ever since the first game, have had this kind of push and pull mentality when it comes to combat, and I don't know, just calling it a button masher. I mean, you can on lower difficulties in some games. Sure, you can just kind of button mash your way through things, but I don't know. Specifically combat-wise, it's never really been that. More so the, you know, push and pull of combat.
I now finally understand it. I think I might get it, because it might be because of the critics who are saying it as such, because they're trying to hide the fact that they're not particularly good at it. But then when they play a game like, Berseria, and they're good at it, it's like, wow, the combat here is really good. But it's exactly the opposite. It's exactly what you've been calling the series for so long. That one game in particular.
Yeah, Berseria. I still don't know what to think about Berseria. Like, my thoughts on Zestiria have definitely I guess, dulled over the years, and I've come to kind of accept what that game was trying to do. Berseria is still just kind of... I mean, the mashy stuff does kind of apply there, and even I'm not going to say Arise is too much in that direction, but even Arise it kind of feels like it at times, but even then, it does kind of reflect on the actual player if they're saying, oh, this is the best thing ever, when it does kind of reflect that more mashy mentality. But even then, Berseria, I mean, it has certain things that if you actually pay attention, you can have a little bit more experimentation, a little bit of fun with. So even I wouldn't call it all that.
Step 1, don't play Velvet. Like, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to experiment, don't play Velvet, don't play Alphen, just kind of play with some of the other characters that don't have a I'm not going to say, at least for Alphen, a win button, but they both have a kind of similar button. Just, play them for a little bit and then experiment a little bit with other characters, and I think you can find a lot of fun with those games.
Yeah, I'm also talking from a gameplay perspective with regards to Berseria, and I didn't talk about Zestiria, but when it comes to narrative, I think I still like both games, like Zestiria and Berseria. It's every single time I keep thinking about this topic, it's always like, oh, why is this so polarizing still? It's already been 6 years. Like, I can't believe that I still have that feeling,
Yeah, I mean, as you get older and as you stick with the series longer, you kind of get to the point where after the initial wave of, oh, this is horrible, like you really kind of focus on what the game does right and what it could have done better, instead of just kind of focusing on, oh, it's bad because this and that. Like Exilia, I used to hate Exilia 1 so much, but really analyzing it, it's like, oh, okay, this game was actually trying to do a lot, kind of being a Fantasia reboot-ish thing, but it just obviously it got to Act 2 and then it ended. So, speaking of Act 2, what's Ras?
Oh yeah, here we go. He's Rassius Loon, a commander of the Knights. So he's here to betray us, and we get to hear his amazing theme again. So good, so good. One of my favorite themes, actually, in this game.
Dare he? How dare this man?
How dare Keel?
I forgot about Keel.
There's a reason why Raz is doing this.
Keel!
He stole the journal. He stole the journal of Valir's research. That's why. Keel's just as bad as Raz.
Let's go, Keel.
This is the redemption of Keel right here. Keel starts to realize what he was doing was wrong. So we're getting a lot of this game, and I'm not playing this 4 hours per session. I'm playing 3 hours per session, and it feels like we got a lot of this game so far. You know what? Even though it's quick, even though it's short, I personally do like this pacing. Maybe it's because I'm in marathon bias right now, so this could change after. But for now, I really do like the pacing, because like if I want to tell somebody, hey, play a quick Tales game, play this one.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, yeah. I mean, and I hate to go back to Xillia during this cutscene, but I think that was a pretty high strong point of Xillia 1. Like the pacing was really, really good, and then the game ended. And it's like, okay, well, okay then. I don't know what this game wanted to tell me. And then, over time you think about it and you realize, it's just a really messy situation in general.
Yeah, I wish you could respond to more of your Xillia opinions, because again, it's been like marathon 2 since I played those games, so sorry I might leave you on the dust sometimes with Exilia, but
I mean, no, it's been a while since I played Exilia as well, but I remember a lot of parts of that game vividly, for positively. So obviously there's something there that I think, oh my god, it's Ras. Ras.
I was supposed to change it to Farah for this fight. Well, wait, actually I still can. We're good. We gotta make this she is the Act 1 leader after all. Like, this is basically her story. Everybody else is just tagging along, really.
Yeah, essentially.
Let's see if we could do this, though. I don't have the anti-air move, which stinks. So I can only do, like, ground to swallow dance. Any of the 3 grounds to swallow dance. Our traitor Ras. Man.
Yeah.
Well, technically, we were the traitors in his perspective. So, who's the traitor now? I don't know. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
What?
I forgot about that weird. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the weird like.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the
go on.
PSP version is weird sometimes.
Huh?
Yeah. Again, some graphical things in this game aren't 1-to-1. And are a little wonky.
A little. A
yeah,
little.
I mean, you know, it looked like Ifrit for the most part, and
No. That was like the attack of the dead battery cells from like the mid 2000s when nobody knew how to charge. What the hell was that? Okay, well this fight isn't bad if I recall correctly. Like all he does is just yeah,
he doesn't have anything particularly threatening. You know, this is before. Oh, everybody gets a mystic art halfway through or whatever. So yeah, not particularly threatening, and you have all this stuff at this point. All these cradles doing all this.
Yeah. Wait, what the heck? Does Meredy not have a good? Does she not have good attack output? She's only doing 1 damage with spread. I'm kind of confused.
Dragon Swarm.
Anyway, question's done as we're in the middle of this fight. It's. Wait, what? Why is there? Who's doing the 1 damage? Is it Cress? No, Cress. Reid? Cress ain't in this game. I don't even know what I'm saying.
I mean, is he?
Oh, it's me! Oh shit!
Maybe it's plot relevance.
You know what? If I wouldn't be surprised if there's a game that I would like accuse of that. Yeah, I'd say Eternia.
Yo, that's actually doing a lot of damage.
Am I under level? I don't think I'm under. We ran into a lot of grinding scenarios on the way here. We went on the boat.
I mean, he did. I don't know. He did just like Neo Swarm the casters twice there in a row. So maybe that does do a lot of damage. I don't know. I never really see him too much in this fight.
Yeah, this is really out of character. What is going on here? Are my equips really that bad? I'm so out of practice of this game that I don't know if I prepared properly for this fight. I guess. Well.
This guy, he's just cheating. No, literally dragging the party across the field.
He thinks he's Yuri Lowell, but he's actually effective in a 1v4 fight. All right, get over here. What are you doing? What is happening?
Slowly walking up.
Alright. Hello.
Eruption.
Okay, get the eruption in. I'm not quite dead yet. I was very close though.
Yeah, I forgot how eruption is kind of OP in this game because it happens and then there's like that rain and then you can still cast another spell during that. So it's like, okay, let me just loop spread and eruption all day. But
yeah.
Air thrust.
Unless you get caught. What? Oh man, I was supposed to play as Farah here, and she's supposed to have like a moment for her first act, but apparently she's very weak. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm totally plot relevant. Does not want to hurt Ras.
Yeah, that makes sense. Look at this 1 damage output I got. This isn't fun. This is not fun at all for me. And as a no fall in the game, I'm pretty sure that's like my own crappy setup. Shoot. Anyway, for those who want to know the answer, it's a sorcerer's ring. I haven't been saying the answers too much on stream, so I apologize for that. But yeah, that's the answer to the last question. Anyway, let's keep doing 1 damage while.
You can use the flare bottle and 2 damage and
Jeez. Alright, can you guys finish off the battle? I'm just gonna like walk off here and not do anything. Oh shit, Reid. Let me be your meat shield. You done yet?
That should be it.
Alright.
Yeah.
What is happening with this game?
Wait.
What is happening? What is going on? Is my disc cursed?
I guess we're just down a member then. I don't know.
What is happening? What is going on?
She left before the battle was already over.
Alright, well, see ya, Raz. Come on, Farah. Even she's confused about what just happened. She's like, what? Huh? Where was Meredy? Alright, we're off to the end of Act 1. And what comes after 1? Let's move on to Act 2. Oh, what was it? The end of the end of the anime
right?
had this too. Was it?
This is Tetheala we're going to now, right? Is that what's next here?
Pretty much. Off to Tetheala.
Old anime/CG cutscenes that I could barely see on emulator back in the day because it was horrible. Still not used to seeing these scenes, but I don't know.
Oh, you know that's the cool thing I can say about this version. In the PS1 version, they're running at like 30 or 20 because they're super compressed. Like here, it's like it's clean. It's clean, like 60. It feels like maybe it's some interpolation technique, but they really compressed it better here compared to PS1.
Yeah, it's time to switch discs.
No, not yet. You have to wait until after this cutscene to swap
Oh,
discs.
I think that does sound. Yeah, I think that does sound right. That does sound right.
This is Celestia.
Oh, it is.
Celestia.
The voices aren't bad, but I feel like I'm starting to get to the point where I'm gonna nitpick things. So I apologize for those who may like the voices. It's time to nitpick.
Makes me dizzy.
Fair enough, Keel. That one, I'll let that one slide.
Yeah, but this whole intro, I really like getting to Celestia. Because you got the lightning storm going on, it's all dark and gloomy. And then Meridy's like, oh, I'm gonna go home. And then Farah and Reid are like, what?
Wow.
Like,
the colors of the sky and the
Yeah,
sea are
honest.
both
Like,
different
also
from
it's the point
here.
where Keel starts to open up a little bit, even though it took
The
this.
sun is dark.
Sorry,
and there's
I
no
don't
wind.
I don't like the types of characters that Keel. It's like that's probably just me. It's probably also why I don't like Genus. But the difference between Keel and Genus is that Keel actually
But
opens
the
his eyes
greatest
a little bit
difference
more.
is the air.
And
The
this is
air
the point
feels
where he
different
opens his
from that of
eyes.
Inferior.
yeah, Keel, again, Keel's
Just
pretty,
like
like
the
the rest of the
queen
cast,
of
he
Scarlet,
actually has
you
some
are
growth.
correct.
Genus,
Mm.
yeah, Genus is,
That's it.
Genus is a
The
problem,
Kramals are
but
different. Are the Kramals that
thankfully
reside
he
in
has the
Inferior
rest of
and
the party
Celestia
to
different?
make him seem better than he is.
You.
All right, to those who genuinely like Genus, more power to you. I just played Symphonia. It's my first Tales game. I played it like way too many
Meredy.
times. Sorry, I got distracted by Keels. Meredy.
Really?
But Meredy.
You really are.
Ours.
Like, really, really, Keel? You think? You think?
I said
Keel.
that so many times.
He gets better after this.
not
He gets
believe.
better after this, but yeah.
How could I
Yeah.
believe it until
Yeah, that's Keel.
I stood on the very ground?
I mean, that's admirable at least, you know, having like a gotta see it, gotta actually experience it to believe
Hey.
it, but no need to be like a
Are we
like
Yeah.
a
spend the rest of our lives
semi-racist
here?
about it all until you get there. Like, God.
Look, he gets better. He becomes less of a racist, less of a jerk
believe you.
after this.
Come all the
This
way
is
to
the point where his
Celestia,
things
and
start to
that's all you
change for
can
him.
say?
So he gets his perspective here, basically. He's the one who's the fish out of water,
Why did he
basically,
come here?
which is what he feared since he was a
I-
kid.
Yeah, that line by Farah, like, it kind of puts it all in perspective. Like this whole
Yeah.
It's nothing.
perspective shift to
It's just
Celestia.
that
Like even she's like, what?
We've come so
It's
far.
like, what am I doing? What am I doing here?
I like this reaction so much better to like
Rest.
the Symphonia cast. They're like, oh, it's time to go to a new world. Let's go. Yeah,
it's like-
but here,
It's like waking up in a medical bed. Welcome to Tetheala. Here we are. It's the same as your old world, except it's not, and you'll fit in just fine. Yeah, here it's like, okay, Meridy's gonna run off and go see home, and everybody else is
Even
just
if
like,
it's your
well, I guess
hometown,
Keel's
we
kind of into
are
it, but
Inferians.
you know,
Will
especially
we be
Farah, who's all
okay?
gung ho about everything, and then she gets here, and it's like, wait, what?
Not matter. No worries.
yeah, I really do like how the characters are handled in this act, because
Well,
like they really
staying
treat it
put
seriously.
isn't
They're
gonna
like
help us
they're
out.
the fishes out
Let's
of
go.
water. They're in a whole new world, and it's like now it's time for them to adjust and figure out why are they here. Exactly what Farah said. Oh, this is the part, like, right after this dialogue between
Yep.
Reid and Farah. This is where it's like,
Yeah.
please switch to this too.
Good
Huh?
times.
What? I'm okay. This is only the
That's good
beginning.
delivery.
It's no
That's actually a
time
really
to
good
down.
delivery.
It is.
If I can find a chance to compliment the dub, I will take take that chance, and that was actually a good delivery. Shows Farah's she's a little bit shook by everything that happened altogether, basically.
Yeah, still trying to, you know, hold up her persona and everything, and again, that kind of goes back to central theming for this whole game. But again, why would you rest here? What? No, no. Why are you resting here? Where is this?
I'll take my free hills no matter where they are. At the end of the day, it's still a JRPG.
Random bed. What?
I'll take it. I'll take it. Look, our health is good. No repercussions whatsoever. If somebody woke up poisoned, then actually that'd be a kind of cool attention to detail, but they didn't, so we're good. We're good.
And
I'm
Celestia.
east of Cape Fortress. Very close. Let's go.
All right. I like how Meridy's so cheery about this. I mean, of course, this is her home world, so it makes sense. Are we gonna run into a battle? Oh, now you don't want to run into a battle. When I want to hear it, man, this game be trolling with battery icon F-Reid. I'm so confused. Here we are at Iman. This is a cool contrast right over here between what we saw of Russians to now. Like this is pretty sick.
Yeah, Celestia is definitely like a complete 180 in the best kind of way. Because honestly, Eternia, just in general, was really, I guess, one of the less memorable like starting places. Like, there's nothing really unique about it, and even like Inferior Capital is just pretty dull. And outside of everyone there being incompetent, it's pretty non-memorable at all. And yeah, I think this is definitely a great change of pace for this game.
Well, you say that, but I think that's probably the intent, because they wanted that full contrast between Inferior and Celestia, so that's why this is way more memorable as a result.
It's a gun! What?
And bombs! And what is this technology? I like Reid though. Like Reid moving up forward there, it's the little things,
Yeah.
Especially right in front of Farah. Yeah, little things. Yeah, that's just normal. What are you talking about, Keel? Oh, great. Now Keel's gonna get all super nerdy dorky.
This is what I like. We need more people that love weapons in this series.
Oh, you know what? It was a missed opportunity. They needed a character like that in DNS's Cats, because they had characters who used them, but they didn't particularly appreciate the technology they had, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just personally speaking, I really do love just weaponry in general, but I just hate, the actual uses for a lot of it. But I think a lot of it is pretty fascinating in general. Like even just standard guns and stuff like that. I think they're just interesting little pieces of technology. But yeah, unfortunate uses.
Yeah. Well, they handle it well here in Eternia. Like, we're gonna see one character, and I hope we could get his I don't know if we'll get his Mystic Card. Maybe no. I think we'll have the time to get his Mystic Card. I call it Mystic Card, but it's not a Mystic Card. I don't care if I use it in that blog post that I did for Namco a while back. All these game factors thinking that, oh, that's not actually a Mystic Card. Shut up, you didn't even read the freaking article. Anyway, sour grapes aside, I still call it like a Mystic Card. It became a Mystic Card when he went to race. What now? But anywho,
sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss.
No, I saw those people. I saw those people in game facts say, why would they say Elemental Masters of Mystic Card? It ain't one.
It's gonna be okay. It's just game facts. It's gonna be okay.
I know, game facts don't matter. The only good things are the guides, the people there, that's a different story. And I'm talking, by people I mean the boards. The boards.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I don't know how it is now. I don't know how, but back in the day, it was certainly a thing. That's for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't say. I'm actually surprised it's still around, honestly. But yeah, I mean, it's there, so.
Yeah, pretty much. So we learn here now that like everybody lives on their own when they're like 16 or something along those lines here in Celestia. Like thinking about that, like if you're like from the perspective of the target demo of this game, it's like, wow, that's so cool. Like this world, like it adds more to the world building of Celestia. It's the little things. All these little things add up to one big experience. What do I have to do here? I have to explore.
Yeah, I think I have to talk to your boy.
Alright, so here's another thing. Another thing to add on to this is that there is no more, what's the name of it? Yeah, there's no more bear meat, so we can't make carbonara anymore. The inhabited animal are like from tusk meats now. Like that's the food. So if you didn't pick up any bear meat, egg bear meat before you left, then you're kind of screwed. You can't prepare inferior recipes anymore. And there was also, what was the one? Karima. There's no more Karima anymore either. Now all you have are Amongos. So you have to adapt to the new world's recipes and see if you could find them. But you know what? It's okay. The one universal thing between both worlds, just like the Mutton Man, is the Wonder Chef. So make sure you keep your eyes open. I mean, am I wrong?
God.
Am I wrong? Come on.
Why? Why
right
did you
there.
bring the Mutton Man back? What?
Because it should come back. Come on.
Mutton,
Transcends.
mutton.
Transcends like dimensions. Transcends everything.
Thinking mutton. What? It's so bad. I had totally forgotten about that.
You shouldn't have forgotten about the Mutton Man. Mutton Man never leaves.
Mutton Man?
Oh yeah. I believe in the Mutton Man. Never forget the Mutton Man who lives on Exilia Lane.
That's just Exilia, just weird things. I don't know why. Mutton.
Everywhere. Because like
it's not even like a period accurate food. Like what? Exilia is not like a medieval. Why is there whatever. Whatever. Localization things. I don't know.
I was thinking of like Exilia 1. It's like the Mutton Man can transcend worlds, but then in Exilia 2 they confirmed that the Mutton Man can transcend dimensions. So you don't know this Mutton Man. This Mutton Man's got the unlimited power. Kresnik. I bet you that Mutton Man is Kresnik. Like you just don't know it. You just don't know it.
It has to be.
Oh yeah. So we learned about this one. Remember this. This is going to be important. This fuel. Because if you don't remember, you might be stuck here for a long time. But yeah, I love how they introduce everything. Keela's so fascinated. Reid is just like, oh, it's still something. It's weird because now it's like Reid is sort of like being more level-headed about things, and Keela's the one who's being all super interested and whatnot. So it's a nice little shift. Like, it's not too much of a shift, but the shift is still there, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Reid's probably like, oh, well, there's really no way back. So, I mean, he kind of was once they landed, too. It's like, well, we got to move on, because we can't really do anything else. And it ended up being Farah, who was just kind of stunned in silence for a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just kind of, go with the flow attitude, I guess.
Pretty much. I'm trying to remember if I know exactly where I'm going right now, because, like, the flags in this town are a little bit awkward, because that guy... I like that guy's reaction, I don't buy anything. They all have reactions if you don't buy anything, but that guy is like, I'm an intern, I ain't gonna say having a good day or anything. It's just speechless, nothing, no words. Alright, we got a lot.
Verity's Prince.
Inferior Princess, apparently. Oh yeah, what was the thing? Okay, so there's a cool, I think it's sort of explored here in this city where you start to learn a bit more about it, but there are some NPCs in the Inferior Castle that talk about it too, but the neckbands that all the Inferiors wear are, determines their class, essentially. So, like, Reid's is more like like, basic, I guess? Like, it's dull, it doesn't have much color. That indicates he's supposed to be a commoner compared to people like Rowan or Raz. They got more,
Rowan!
Yeah, Rowan. Like, they got more higher class collars and whatnot. And I think it's this NPC that points it out here, actually. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's wood. Right. The choker.
Oh,
the choker.
yeah, I do remember this. Okay.
It's a nice little attention to detail to more world building and whatnot. It's this game I just love. I don't know what it is, because I feel like other games, the delivery and the pacing is a little bit too stuffed for me. Like, I prefer like your Act 1 and Act 2 structure from a narrative perspective. Like, I get how like a gameplay perspective Act 3 can sort of be like, you need to do your side quests and stuff. Like, I get it, but the narrative for the third act kind of it feels more like a rehash, which is no fault to the narrative since it's supplementing the gameplay at the end of the day. But yeah, I prefer the shorter stories like this and like Rebirth and Destiny 2 and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah, of course, I'm gonna bring up Legendia again, but even then, I mean, the main plot for that game, like actual first scenario for that game is relatively short, and again, kind of goes down that same vein of, hey, we don't really want to rehash anything. We're just gonna kind of do a straight shot through the game, which I mean has a lot in common with Eternia in that regard. And yeah, especially more recent games. I think it did mostly start with. Do I want to say it started with Abyss? Because Abyss was pretty bad with it, but.
Bad with what? Sorry.
Just having a third act, which needs to.
You want me to go down the nitpicks again? Do you really want me to go down that road again?
No. But I was thinking,
All right.
I was thinking, like, would I say to like start pinning that kind of trend on Abyss, or would I say Symphonia? I'm not too sure.
Okay, you want to know the real answer? Destiny 2. But Destiny 2, their Act 3 is so short that you could end it any time.
Yeah. Destiny 2 is kind of a weird. It just kind of cuts off, and you can just kind of end it. And yeah, and Rebirth again. Rebirth's well, Rebirth does have a lot of just kind of jumping around sometimes. But even still, a lot of it's still pretty linear for the most part. It's not really egregious to the point like Abyss could be.
I don't think Rebirth has a third act, does it? I'm pretty sure it's a 2-act structure, that game.
It has a third act. It's literally the end of the game. It's not much of an act.
Oh.
It's more so, oh, here's the true villain. Oh, they're gone now.
I guess that kind of counts. I guess.
Oh, here's Out of Fog.
Out of Fog. Yeah. You know what? I mean, you know what? For me, I kind of associated that still with Act 2, but maybe that's just my perspective. Like, I could see it being Act 3 if people see it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When I see a game has to conclude itself, then I kind of feel like, okay, well, here's something of an Act 3. Like, I guess I can go back to Exilia. I think that's a game I would probably consider that doesn't have an Act 3. Literally because Act 2 starts, you beat a boss, you figure out the problem, and then you have to fight the final boss for some reason. It's like, the game was literally starting. Like, Act 2 is literally starting, and it's over. I don't know. I mean, Act 2 for Rebirth had a pretty good resolution, and then there's just something else after it, and I guess that's an Act 3. But, yeah, just going back to the whole third act kind of dragging itself out, I'm not sure if I would start it with Symphonia or not. I'm kind of having trouble placing Symphonia.
Well, if we're not counting Destiny 2, I'm pretty sure it's Symphonia. If we're talking about the specificity of dragging it out, then Abyss, but Symphonia's Act 3 was harmless, I felt.
Yeah, because I know Symphonia also kind of had that same issue, which I think came down to development. Came down through development because Symphonia, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was developed partially in tandem with Destiny 2 by like a separate team, and basically both teams were like trying to flex on each other basically, and you know, having the task of being the first 3D game, they had to you know, kind of show off with it, but they had too much planned. So they cut a lot, and then it kind of ends up with that awkward, like, oh, kind of like Rebirth. Oh, you beat the final boss. Oh, wait, no, you didn't. There's an extra dungeon and a little bit more, and yeah.
Let's see.
So I mean, in that case, it's one of those weird Act 3s again as well.
All right, it's something that I'm gonna like point out here with this scene. In the PS1 version, it just had a generic song playing.
Why are you in the dark?
But in this version, what made it pass through for the European version, PSP port for some reason, is the Japanese opening of the song, and it really caught me off guard when it started playing, and it enhanced the scene so much for me.
Much has happened. Merity falling from the sky.
Played here?
Yeah, played here. I think it's gonna play soon once we get to Farah's line, because I was like, I don't remember it being this quiet, and then they dropped the first note soon.
And made it all the way to Celestia.
Okay. Yeah, I do recall it playing well later in the game, sort in a similar scene like this, but yeah, it's been a while since I played it.
It plays here right now. I was like, I freaked out. I was like, whoa! I had no idea this snuck through. Like, this should not have gone through, but it did.
That's a good opening.
Yeah.
That's a good use.
I've always used that.
It made the scene a million times better. Like, holy smokes! Like when I played this on PS1, like this scene had like a
But
generic
maybe it's just
song that
like
you
Ross
hear like.
said.
Generic's a
Maybe
harsh
it's-
term.
I don't know
I'm
why.
using it for
Yeah,
comparison's
yeah.
sake. Like, just for this moment,
From what?
this scene is enhanced so much more because of this
I
song.
don't know. I don't
Yeah,
even know
I mean,
myself.
every time you get the
I don't
opening theme
trust
drop,
myself.
it's gonna be a good use. It rarely isn't.
Yeah, I can't think of
Ice
one
could
where.
bring himself to take the final swing.
Yeah, no, I can't think of one. Like they're all really good at the end of the day.
I was defensive.
There's no way
He had
there's
plenty
no
of
way
chances
none of
to
that
come
there's
out.
one that doesn't work.
He never did.
Oh, this is
Ras,
He
ras,
was
ras.
doubting himself. Even with
this is
all
the
of his
moment where
intellect
Reid
and
starts to
powers,
inspire
he still
Farah,
doubted
where it's usually
himself.
the other way around for the first act. Ah, so good.
There
Yeah.
isn't a person alive who knows everything about himself. You can't always know what's right or wrong.
It enhanced the voice acting, which I
Yeah,
didn't think anything
I
could
guess
do.
so.
That's me being nitpicky. That's fine. It's
mean-
okay.
It's good. It sounds like just a random dude just kind of talking, just trying to figure things
It's
out.
unlike you to think
We can
so.
say it's that
You
instead
might
of,
break something in
oh,
there.
it's bad direction. No. It's just, talking from the heart, and this
What
is
did
how
you
it sounds.
say?
It's just natural
You're
speaking.
gonna get it.
Yeah. And that's
Totally
indeed-
natural, Farah.
I'm
Yes.
asleep. Good night.
I think it added a bit more there at that point
Night,
because like the
Reid.
song enhanced it again. The song enhanced it again. Anywho, there is one thing that we can kind of take a peek at before we leave, and it's the only way you can kind of get a hint at it. I'm gonna go to it first, and with literal Melnix, you might see it tomorrow during the break or the next break after. I can't remember where I put it, but it's not this. Let me see if I can find it, because you can only see it here at this point, because after you leave, you can't see it again, if I recall correctly. You climb up here. Farah joins you first off, I think. Yeah, she joins you right here. And yeah, they have their little dialogue. Good times. And then, man, you can tell I haven't played this for 3 months because I clearly screwed up the timing of when I'm starting this little tease. But yeah, we learned about Keel not being back since last night. We'll learn about that soon, as I completely flubbed this whole transition thing and making it sound even more awkward. Come on, guys. Don't mean to rush you guys to make myself sound better, but this thing right here, basically. I don't think you get a chance to see this after, or even if you do, because there's a feature in this game where it's like, Meredy will translate anything that's in Melnix if she's your on-screen character. But that's the one thing she will not translate. So, one of the scenes, one of the breaks might have the translation to that, and it's a little bit interesting, just a little bit. And anywho, that's my tease. That's my tease. It took 5 minutes to get there because I overestimated how long the scene was. Anywho, we got sweet rice, so this is something that we could prepare here in Celestia thanks to the ingredients and whatnot. But I don't know what it does.
World, transcend dimensions, the Wonder Chef.
Oh yeah. Where did I sweet rice? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, usually the Celestial ones are down here. Ooh, that's a good one. I might have to keep that one for later. Large amount of HP. I'll take it since I lost my carbonara.
Mom's sweet cooking. That's kind of. That's
Mom's sweet cooking. What do
It's
you?
I mean, it's just where it is. It's kind of. It's particular that recipe would have that description, but that's things for later.
Anywho.
Yeah, but what was I about to say? It was in regards to just Melnix in general. I was actually wondering if there was a remake, how they would kind of handle Melnix, and again, I hate to bring up Final Fantasy X again, but it did have something similar with its own in-game language and how you could pick up like books to translate it, like letter by letter or something like that. And eventually you could like carry it over to a new playthrough. And I was wondering if they would potentially do something like that with the remake, just to be able to read everything that comes through, because I mean, I'm sure people are curious and don't go out of their way to actually look at the alphabet.
Well, I did mention this. You can read the Melnix in these areas. You just need to have Mary as your on-screen character. But
Yeah,
there's only
but
rare
something-
ones which you can't.
Yeah, but just having it like the early game dialogue before you get to Celestia, if you could just have it translated with like if you carried over key items that like Melnick's encyclopedia or something like that, just carry that over and then be able to actually read all of that text. I think it could be interesting, but I'm not sure. The Merity mechanic's also kind of cool too.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, I see what you're saying. So like, I don't know. I kind of like the Merity thing because it lets you explore gameplay. But at the end of the day, I guess if it were to be a modern remake, like to reward just those, to just hand you a silver platter. Here you go. Yeah, I guess I can see that.
Yeah,
happening.
I mean, there's a lot you could add to a modern game just to make it like super content rich and something like that. I don't think would hurt too much. But again, there's a lot that you could do with this game just in general.
KP's on the right track there. If you use like a grade shop option, that'd be pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. So we got some more Iron to explore. Not actually. I don't think you have to explore too much. Because like the weird thing is that they're talking about oh, we should go look for something to eat, but you don't have to. You just gotta go back in and you're good. You're all good. I'm like, it took me like my first time replaying this, like for the practice. I'm looking around, it's like, Reid, what do you want? Like, what do you want? And then I just realized, oh yeah, you have to go back in. It's like, all right, well, Reid, you're not gonna eat tonight, I guess. See, there he goes. Like, let's eat too. No, just go back in here.
Reid.
We're good. We're good. That threw me off on a loop. That added an extra couple hours until I optimized that. Ay. Oh, Merity. Actually, no, that's actually nothing. Nothing happens in that conversation, to be honest. Then Lara phone. They got phones in this area too. Like it's this universe, like this planet, so advanced. Love it. And then it just makes me mad in retrospect because Keel is trying to treat her like she's dumb, and it's like, come on, Keel.
Yeah,
it's how he
see all
grows.
this. Yeah, it's like, dude, this is amazing. You see all this technology, and there's no way you can think these people are barbarians, these people are stupid. But yeah, he goes out of it pretty quick, so that's good.
Yeah. Liafi, the top right corner icon, that means it's charging when it's blinking like that. That's pretty much the gist of that icon. Yeah, I'm playing on actual PSP hardware because I found the HD upscaler locally, which was really surprising. But really, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, this is day 4 of the marathon of me playing these games, so might be some moments where I kind of have a lasting thought sometimes. Basically, I'm playing on actual PSP hardware. That's pretty much just what I'm trying to say. And that's why you're going to see that icon, because if you emulate this game, you're not going to see the icon. That's a long way of saying that.
It's emulation, and is it the Japanese version that doesn't have it as well? I don't recall, but I feel like there is one that actually doesn't have the indicator.
Japanese version didn't, no.
Okay. So yeah, very weird. I don't know why, but that's what we have.
I blame Ubisoft. They probably think their target audience is like that, and I understand. I mean, it's Ubisoft. No, cheap shot aside. Basically,
I blame them for everything.
Yeah,
Activision, one of them.
Well, that's the thing. Like, this game's localization in Europe was handled by Ubisoft. It's I don't know if too many people know about that. And by localization, I mean it's just like the port, really. Like, there's really two.
Well, publishing.
Publishing. They didn't really do too much for it because I guess like Bamco, I don't know what's going on. I don't know too much about what Bamco did in Europe because I'm pretty sure they brought Radiant Mythology afterwards. So I don't know why they made Ubisoft at the time, but hey, it is what it is.
Strange times, very strange times.
Yeah. Oh, Meridian. Oh, Keel. Keel. Well, we're gonna be coming back here soon, so won't be too long.
Town. Comfy. Now on the harsh world map.
Dragon Rock Mountain. Ride on Cramel Express.
Thank you, Merity. I think like some of these navigational skits aren't really navigational. Oh, here we go. Come on. Yeah, now we're in. Let's go. Oh, Celestia battle theme. I put this like on like number 3 as my top 10 favorite normal battle themes. It is so good.
It is up there. It's just super unique. Nothing really like this song. And yeah, right off the gate, when you hear it for the first time, it's like, man, whoa, what? Like,
yeah,
this is incredible.
This is when you know you're in a new world. Like, I know people got that experience when you heard like a glint of light. Like, yeah, it does it well too, but this one does it better. Like, this is what you know. This is when you feel like you're in Celestia. And maybe it's because like Celestia is a much different world than Tethyala is to Silver. Yeah, basically. Yeah. This. Oh, love Celestia's battle theme. So good. Top 3, definitely.
Yeah, it's top 3. I don't know. Like normal battle themes. Well, even then, do we count it as a normal battle theme? Because it's like a Act 2 transition battle theme.
No, it's a field battle theme. Like honestly, any battle theme that plays as a normal encounter, I classify that as a normal battle theme. Because you're not going to count Inferia battle theme as... I mean, you could count Inferia as normal battle theme, but Celestia counts just as much. Like, you just need to go through the game. That's pretty much all it is. That's my perspective, at least.
Like, would you... Well, I guess it would be a different category. I'm thinking, like, initial battle theme, like the first battle theme for a game.
Nah, I don't believe that. Normal battle themes are like the themes that play that play for normal encounters. Like, that's how I view it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'd probably separate it like, oh, first battle theme, and then like Act 2, Act 3, which I guess this would be an Act 2, even though it's a normal battle theme, but it would be like an Act 2 battle theme. But again, some games have way more battle themes than there are categories for, so I guess normal's probably the best way to go.
Yeah, I think the biggest culprit of that was Destiny 2. All the normal battle themes in that game, yeah. I'm not classifying it on an act.
That game had Timeline. It doesn't need another battle theme. Timeline is the best.
Nah, Dona Nobi's Pachim.
Normal battle theme. You know, well, yeah, normal. I mean, well, no, I guess that is a normal battle theme. Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that is the best one. But Timeline is also sick.
Timeline would have won if it weren't for Dona Nobi's Pachim. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually like GOAT tier battle theme. And Graces has also had a lot of battle themes. Like for specific regions and stuff like that, and that was also kind of weird.
I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, it's supposed to represent the different regions. What more do you want?
Yeah, I mean, it worked well for the regions, but like, I felt like it kind of made the battle themes themselves kind of weak sometimes, because it's like it's being so specific to desert or like snow cap, ice cap, and it's like, well, I mean, they sound good, you know.
The Celtic world, the Celtic song. Yeah. That one is the one that rocks out of all the themes.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
No problem.
But yeah, I think the one that I had that beat this one slightly. I mean, I still flip-flop between the two. Like, number 1 for me is Dona Nobi's Pachim. It's just that's where you know like things are gonna ramp up. That's where you know like the story is going tenfold. We're in this. This is all about Kyle's story now. But for 2 and 3, I flip-flop between this one and Dogfight from Her Birth. Dogfight from Her Birth is so good.
See, that's the thing though. Like Dogfight and Dona Nobi's Pachim, they're aiming for different things than something like Inferia Battle, which, you know, like those first battle themes, like full force and stuff like that. There's a specific mood that's not captured by like something with an Act 3 starting or something, or an Act 2 kicking off. Like, oh yeah, this is a totally different vibe from Inferia Battle, which I think it kind of makes it hard to classify, you know, normal battle themes. Because I mean, if that's the case, then I don't think Dona Nobi's Pachim could lose to anything. Honestly, it is that good. So.
All right. Based on that, I do understand what you're saying. At the same time, I still like to keep it that way, I guess. Like, I like doing the normal battle themes like as they are. But if I were to split it further into the first battle themes, then I guess I could make a separate list someday. We'll see what happens.
And if that was the list, then it would clearly be Exilia 2's battle theme, because that's just that good. The first battle theme there.
I do not know.
I think it is.
I can't even joke about that.
Keep pushing until his sword. That's what it's called. Yeah, keep pushing until his sword's exhausted, or maybe it has a different name. The song is amazing. I don't care what anyone says.
It's all right. Yeah, all right. I mean, It
And
starts.
honestly,
You're a
Mhm.
researcher?
Arises
I
is
don't
also
believe it.
pretty good. It has a really good bridge, and it's a really long theme.
No.
And I think
Just
it's up
apprentice.
there too. I'm not sure if it'd be
Theranos
top
do
3 or anything
very
like that, but
difficult to research. Mary, do you
I don't know if
fancy
that's the first battle theme though.
it may
the
not
one
be.
in the
I'm
demo.
not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it kind of sounds like one, but I'm not sure if it is.
Oh, I get
There was
it.
another
You're not
battle
really
theme we
an
heard from
apprentice.
another demo and played a
More like a
completely
helping
different
hand.
song, and everybody was like, "Whoa, what is this song? Why is it so bad?" But
Oh goodness.
it's like I don't know.
Go to Inferi?
I wait till the game comes out. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
and breakthrough with the sword. Yeah, that's also pretty up there. Innocence is just really good with music all around, which I think goes a little underappreciated sometimes.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Da
But you
Vinci
know what?
Labor, huh?
As much as I love Breakthrough with the Sword, with Innocence R, I think a lot of people give too much
Doesn't
flack to the
Galanos have
second
any other
song. I
apprentices?
think the second song is still pretty good in its own right. But I guess like because people love Breakthrough with the Sword so much, it's like they just don't like anything, whatever replaces it.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I kind of liked that battle theme. You said the second battle theme from Innocence R?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that. Like, and from when the promo started, I was like, man, this theme is really kicking, and I really want to hear it. But I guess it is replacing a pretty good theme, so I can understand that.
One soundtrack that when I think about more and more when I speak with other people about, I'm like, yeah, this soundtrack is particularly not good. It's the Hearts soundtrack. I don't know what happened there. If there are people who like the Hearts soundtrack, more power to you, but I remember revisiting it and I'm like, I could not vibe with any of them at all. Like, I don't know what was happening for most of them. It just felt like a random assortment of notes from my perspective.
The Hearts DS or the Hearts R soundtrack?
I want to say, well, Hearts DS. Hearts R has Hearts DS stuff, but I don't know about it. It just overshadowed whatever was new in Hearts R that I could even like. I don't even know too much to even comment on that either.
Yeah, Hearts R's soundtrack is really bad. It's really bad. Like it doesn't do justice to Hearts DS. Like, it uses some really weird synth fonts, and a lot of it just sounds really bad. There's like a few new themes that are actually like, oh, Sakuraba actually did this and did not do it in 10 minutes, and it sounds good. But I don't know. I'm not sure who did the arrangements for Hearts R, but it is not good. Hearts DS, I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I wouldn't call it like one of my favorite soundtracks, but I don't think it's a bad soundtrack. But I don't know. It really depends which one you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what? Now I understand what you're trying to say. I didn't play too well. I actually played a bit of Hearts DS, but it's been so long that I think I need to replay to sort of understand like the sound fonts that were used for the game soundtrack. But Hearts R certainly did not help.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, for Hearts DS, I don't really have good context for a lot of the music since I haven't really played that game. But just comparing it to Hearts R, it's just like, man, what happened here? Like, Hearts DS, this sounds like a Sakuraba game. It sounds like Tempest, but not horrible and a Rebirth ripoff. But yeah, Hearts R just kind of jumped the shark on a lot of it, which is unfortunate because Innocence R did pretty good at respecting the original soundtrack.
Yeah. The thing about Innocence's soundtrack, a part of me really likes the sound font that they use for Breakthrough. Like, I think I like that version better than what we got with Hearts R, which is good, but I think I like the sound font that was used in the original DS. Like, there's just something about it that just keeps it go popping every single time when you jump into a battle.
But what you're saying is we need to erase the R games from history and get the DS games localized, and then localize Innocence R and keep Hearts R erased forever. That's what you're telling me. I totally agree. That is something we should do.
That's a beautiful headcanon, but what I'm actually trying to say is bring forth CG Hearts, and then we're good. Oh yeah.
Is that even on the Blu-ray? It is, isn't it?
No, and I'm pissed. That needs to be on there. That needs to be on there.
disappointed that's not on the Blu-ray because I wanted them to get rid of the little DS split. I wanted to see the full video with no DS middle piece. I don't know how. I don't know if that's even possible.
There is a way. There is a way.
I want it.
Dean released a DVD with their song, and they used it. There is a place. There is a place.
I needed Blu-ray, 4K. I need 8K. I need the foreheads. I need the small eyes. I need it all. I want PG art. I want it.
Oh yeah. Well, it's only the opening though. It's only the opening, but I mean, it's a step in the right direction, basically. I don't know. I don't know why I'm shopping around here anyway. It's not like I need to just get one thing for Farah, but I got what. I'm in the mentality of like Vesperia and Berseria where you have to keep your equipment, but this game you're allowed to sell stuff. So I just want to make sure I keep the Arc Wing because I think I need that for one boss that is weak to wind. Because like these ones are unique because they all have like elements to them, so I don't want to like accidentally sell them off. So that's the thing we gotta pay attention with these old games. Where's the armor? I'm missing the armor. Where are we at? Somewhere here. Yeah, I think we're gonna get rid of that.
The Omega Shield that heals?
Yep. The Omega Shield's the one that heals. And I'm definitely gonna keep that. We're gonna need that for later. Much later. What time are we at? Well, we're still kind of... Actually, we're kind of getting close. A little bit close. We're getting to the next dungeon anyway, so... we need to pick this up. No, you have to examine it to pick it up. If you don't know how to examine this, if you don't remember what this is for, then... I mean...
Examining things in an RPG? No. I just need a marker. Tell me where to go. That's all I want.
Okay, Grace SF. I mean, it's every other game, really. I don't know why I said Grace SF, but Exilia 1, Exilia 2, Berseria...
Yeah, I mean, markers aren't completely horrible. I mean, they should be there nowadays just to, some people just don't have the time
of course.
Dig around. And side quest markers would be great. Abyss Definitive Edition, I'm looking at you whenever you happen.
We already got Vesperia Definitive Edition, but it don't even have those markers, so I don't think your Abyss will have it too. Just gonna let you know.
Xenoblade got it. I think the original Xenoblade didn't have like a checklist or something like that, but Definitive Edition for Xenoblade turned out amazing. I enjoyed that game, but I don't know. Abyss and Vesperia and other games do need things like that, but it doesn't seem like it would happen on something just based off of Vesperia.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, at the end of the day, I don't even know who makes who made Xenoblade. I don't even know. Like, they're not Bamco, so it's unfortunate.
The original or the definitive edition?
Were there different companies?
I'm not too sure who did the definitive edition, but I imagine it was. Well, no, I can't even say it was the original devs because I don't know if they actually worked on it. Yeah, Monolith. I'm not sure if they actually did or not, but
well, if the day I see that Babco does QOL stuff for like ports, then that's where, well, I mean, technically, I don't even think it's a QOL. It's like we just got like cameo costumes for Symphonia Chronicles, but that don't even really count. But
so weird. I don't know. Those costumes are still weird, but promotion. It makes sense, I guess.
I don't know what's weird about them. I think they're pretty cool.
I mean, they're cool, but like it just seems like a strange effort to. I guess it's not much of an effort, but I feel like they could have put that time into other aspects of Symphonia, just in general. Like, I mean, if we're talking like a definitive Symphonia, I would really love if we could somehow engineer the GameCube version to have the PS2 version things. But I know that's a process and everything, and I'm not even sure how that would start.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think a lot of it's just like they probably lost the source code for GameCube. Like, there's no reason for them to do like PS2 port as a. That's probably why they didn't want to call it Definitive Edition. They just called it Chronicles. So, like, that's my guess. I'm just speculating, but yeah. But nice little detail. Save icons. If you save in Inferior, you get Reid and Farah. If you save in Celestia, you get Keela and Verity. It's the little things. Okay. Let's see if we
Let's
could
do it.
hear more of this awesome battle theme. Thank you! Thank you!
Oh, good.
Ah. Well, if I had to pick like a top number 1 battle themes, if I were to make them, if I were to pick it right now, Innocence would be up there, that's for sure. I feel like I want to say I have a soft spot for Destiny, so I put it like in the lower tier.
Demon Hammer.
Honestly, I think I prefer like Eternia's and Fantasia's over Destiny's normal battle theme. But I mean, if we're talking like any arc, I know Destiny DC definitely has some pretty good takes on it when you get later in the game. But yeah, if we're talking first battle themes,
Let's do it.
Cilia 2, Innocence. I mean, there's a few really solid ones. So.
Demon Hammer.
Sorry, I got distracted by WattTV. Thanks WattTV for the raid. Sorry, I'm not used to Twitch streamer lingo. Jeez. This is the 3rd iteration of the Tales of Marathon stream. The first iteration happened in 2013. Second, 2014 for Exilia 2 localizations. Basically, all it is just I stream through 3 Tales of games over 9 days, and we do a giveaway. Unfortunately, the question just passed for today's question to get an entry for the giveaway, but if you want to learn more, go to bit.ly/TOMS3 lowercase giveaway to learn more. Thanks for the raid again, WattTV. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Oh yeah. This is an amusing mini game. This game is so good. I love mini games.
I forgot there's a. Why are there so many mini games?
Because it's Tales of Eternia. You just said it yourself.
It's the best.
It's the best.
I can't hate this game. It is the best.
This one is so peculiar because, like, you have to know the timing for everything. Like, this game really goes all out for the minigames. Man, we're so ahead of schedule. What the heck? I've been, like, trying to, like slow things down and not do anything, but even then we're kind of like, wow, we're kind of getting places still. This game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, what?
One more dungeon.
This goes to Lushka, right? Lushka?
Oh, you're right. It's actually Luishka. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Maybe we will make it in time. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Because it's a Luishka and there's this one dungeon basically. I completely forgot about Luishka. That's why we used to
is coming up. I'm pretty sure Whis is next. So Whis. That's like 10 hours all by itself.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hands down. Hands down. I'm gonna see if I can help some of these people in the chat here. I wonder if I could find a link that I could just click on right away. What is it again? HTTP. As I go through this cutscene. They're trying to use bot commands and okay, thank you, Kerplop, thank you. Very much appreciated. Yes. Sorry, I don't know Twitch bots. I don't know things like that. I'm very much old school, so I apologize if there's no commands like that. So please bear with me. Let's see here. Oh, is this the letter one? Oh, I'm thinking of something else. Oh, this one comes first. Oh.
Yeah, the one with
Oh.
Again, very weird. Also very good.
Yeah, this one goes so slow in the PS1 version. It's not so bad here, but PS1 is like I couldn't quite get the timing right. I mean, this one's just once you get the timing right, you'll be okay, but I might forget the timing, so you might see some screw-ups here or there.
I believe in you. You got this.
All right, thank you.
With the clown music, let's go. I'm ready.
It's the second time I hear about clown music for a song I don't associate with clowns in general, but I guess it's just me at this point.
Now this one's actually a good song, the one of Vesperia, not so much, but... yeah, that's not good, unfortunately.
Let it increase by... I wrote notes for myself, because even I knew I was going to screw it up back then. By accelerating to ensure you can break at a stop. Between stops. So basically, just keep letting it accelerate, don't brake at all until you're very close. Like, you gotta, like, slow the brake. Ease into the brake when you're about to hit the checkpoint. If you don't, you're gonna, like, run past them or something. I don't know, this minigame is kind of weird.
Yeah. But, graphics, they have all the graphics. Everybody wants their graphics.
Yeah. I don't know the controls for it. How do I brake? Oh, shoot. Oh, thank goodness you can pause. Oh, okay. Okay, it's up and down. Okay. Was it like this? Oh, okay, I get it. Alright. Yeah, I think that they add these minigames because, like, you know, Sony at the time wanted 3D stuff, so that's pretty much why they add things like this, basically. Is this right? Okay, perfect. What? No! No! No!
Yeah.
No!
A little before.
Oh no, that means I'm skipping it. No, I'm. Oh!
Trains are hard, man.
Oh!
Rest in peace.
Oh!
It's fine, Fart. It's fine.
Can't you do better?
Damn, what?
Jeez.
Wait a minute.
Can't you do better? Jeez, we're just off by a little bit. Just an easy bit. Come on. Okay.
He needed that medicine pen. He's going to die now.
Those ain't even medicine. They're just letters. There's nothing crazy to these.
It's a powder. It's a powder in the letter. So.
Oh. I feel like I'm gonna save them if I didn't give them the letter.
Decrease speed. Brake.
Oh, you gotta wait for a keel to say the thing, and then you do it. Ah, now I remember how to do it. Sorry for to the first person, though. Oh, look at Mary, though. Little things.
This seems really inefficient. Why? Just copping the whole train?
For all the compliments we gave Celestia for the technology, this is, not quite up there.
Station? Like, what are we doing?
I don't know. Yeah, this minigame is just so weird.
I'm totally fine with PS1 Saturn era 3D flexing. It's what you had to do back then.
Yeah, no, I get it. It looks good, but playing it is a different story. Like, there's another minigame we'll come to shortly, which I think handles it much better in my opinion. It's much more fun. But yeah, no, I do agree that the 3D looks good.
Yeah, there's something about that early, what was it, 5th gen 3D, which was, I mean, it's charming when it's done right, or kind of mixed together like this with the 2D and 3D. I think it's still a pretty good style that, honestly, I'm surprised a lot of, like, indie titles, at least the ones I know, haven't really been picking up on a lot of it, or at least trying to either meld those two styles or go for something like, I mean, I love to bring up Mega Man Legends when I can, but going for certain stylistic things like that, like, oh, we're gonna use like textures for faces and stuff like that, and have really, I guess, primitive 3D. But I don't know, maybe it's a lot more difficult than, you know, I give it credit for or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is still this game though is like a kind of a late PS1 title, because like PS2 was just around the corner that I often keep forgetting about. So the fact that they're still dedicating themselves to 3D at this point of the gaming generation shift is commendable, but I wonder how much 3D. Nah, actually no, still 3D was still big back in the day. I don't know what I'm trying to convince myself thinking.
Yeah.
Oh shit! No.
Rest in. What? No. Yeah.
Oh.
Literally, just walk a few steps. Go.
Just
get your
go.
letter.
Go. It reads like I hear you.
I hear you.
Holy! What do you? Wait! Did I? Do I have it? Wait, were they in a loop? What happened?
What? Can't you do that? Why do I have to do this?
Oh man, I think it's like ever since practice, this is probably the worst result I could get. Well, actually, there's worse. I don't stop at all, but you don't get anything from this anyway. It doesn't really matter, except like whatever they talk about after.
Why is a civilian controlling the train? What's going on?
I don't know. Why would you let Why would you let someone who's not familiar with Celestia even? Well, I don't know.
Let's do it.
I don't know.
It's easy.
I guess. Yeah, sure. I mean, Reid did pull off the other ones earlier. I don't know. Anywho, Keel's not feeling good about all of this.
But yeah, I think Eternia. I mean, I think some of the charm with Eternia in general is just the style that it has, like mixing 2D and 3D. And again, in battles, it looks really amazing. I'd love to see another game kind of like this, even though I guess technically that has happened a few times. I mean, it happened Hearts DS, happened with Narakiri Dungeon X, I believe. Haven't actually played that, but pretty sure they had that kind of mixture in battle as well. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, they do.
I still think Eternia looks the best out of all the ones that have done it. And I mean, I'd love to see it again, but again, sprite work in general nowadays it's kind of an endeavor. And I think a lot of big publishers and developers just don't dive into it because it's, I guess, a lot less flexible and a lot more work than what you could potentially get from it. Like, I mean, if you're anticipating similar sales to, like, let's say if Eternia was releasing next to Tales of Arise today, I mean, there's just a lot more you can get done with that 3D engine than something like, oh, let's have some sprites and, oh, can't sell costumes and can't do this and can't do that, and just stuff like that. But I miss sprites, that's all I'm gonna say.
Same.
It's nice. It's just nice to see. I mean, it doesn't have to be all the time, but it's a nice style. And again, Eternia did it really well. But yeah, I get why it's not done a lot nowadays.
Yeah, wasn't the reason why, like, what is it, like, SNK stopped doing KOF in 2Ds because, like, it took so long to get those hand-drawn sprites going? Like, everybody is doing 3D because it's simple, except they have a huge passion for 2D.
Yeah, so, yeah, KOF 13 was pretty expensive. And I'm not going to say it like bankrupted SNK. SNK had a lot of different problems, including that. But yeah, I mean, it is not cheap. I mean, I know there's a lot of articles out there about like Skullgirls development too, and just how it's just a lot of work just to get one character done. And if it's in sprite form, it's like, well, can't really sell anything because I mean everybody does costumes for everything nowadays, but you can't sell costumes for sprites. So yeah, it's a weird situation, but I don't know. There's a certain charm, there's a certain aesthetic that is hard to replicate otherwise.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate because I understand from a business perspective why companies stick with 3D, but revisiting these old games made with pure sprite work from the ground up, it just makes me reminisce a little bit more. It's just something to say, but it's like my most look forward to game for the marathon is like this old game from the year 2000. There's something to be said about that.
I think a big part of it, honestly, is like all these backgrounds, all of the either the matte backgrounds or the just general art that's already done, and I think a lot of it really helps with the appeal of these games. Because I mean, there's only so much expression you can get done with a sprite, so you can. A lot of the art just kind of carries a lot of the weaknesses that sprites have compared to models. You know, despite the fact that I don't think Tales has done an exceptionally great job with their models in most scenarios. I mean, certain cutscenes they'll go a little bit above and beyond, but expressiveness can still be a little bit of an issue sometimes, I think.
And I think a part of it too, because of that expression that you're talking about, I feel like nowadays the current target demo of a gamer, they're not gonna have as much of the imagination explored for them. I mean, it really depends on the target audience at the end of the day, but sometimes, like with these 2D games, it is asking for a level of imagination to be explored, and I feel like it might be a generational thing where we had that compared to the target demo now.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, even like this room, it's like, oh, black void, and you're just in a room, and you just kind of have to piece everything together. And I mean, with that kind of scenario, they do put a little bit, or at least it feels like there is a little bit more detail just in the, like, pixel to pixel, just looking at a certain room like this and seeing the minor details versus something you can kind of, I mean, I don't want to rag on, you know, modern games, but something you can just kind of copy paste from time to time, like certain rooms just here and there, and kind of model everything out. But again, with these kind of rooms, you do kind of lose that. Oh, you're actually up close, like I guess quote unquote, like intimate camera angles and stuff you can use with actual 3D modeling compared to sprites, versus like it's mostly just this kind of panorama view most of the time.
What did you say?
Yeah, it's just a lot of it that's like it makes it look much nicer here in 2D, but in 3D because of how much easier it is to transfer over and whatnot. It's just it doesn't have that same idea of letting your imagination do the talking, because it just feels you could feel it's copy pasted.
I am Galanos.
Yeah, but again, I mean, yeah, they do get a little bit more flexibility with it, and they can at least show off some of the work that's there's some of the more unique parts of the work. And I mean, you can still get some of the framing, like the same kind of framing that old sprite work typically had, like the big, like I think the first thing that comes to mind is Batical in Abyss, where like when you're entering the city and you're kind of like running towards the city. That's like a really classic like PS1 kind of, oh, you're getting this big like pan up onto the city that's like towering into the sky. And that's definitely something you would see in like an old Square RPG, where you're just kind of running towards this thing in the distance. And I mean, yeah, I mean, you can do things like that with models. I mean, it's not really a problem. It's just more so, you know, if the artist can actually get it across. And I mean, that really depends on whatever team's working on, whichever project at the moment.
Please enlighten us.
This
We want to know
character,
the truth.
his voice is probably the most consistently good.
Who is this
In terms of the
What
delivery.
is the Grand Fall?
Galanos that we're just
What is
introduced
the
to
power
right
of the
now,
Aurora
who's about to
art?
give us the plot dump about the Aurora art.
I will explain as much as I can.
I feel like his voice throughout the entire
Galanos.
game is consistently good.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Max is also very consistent, but he has one line. So
That doesn't count. Come on. I mean, yeah, it's consistent, but alright, fine, I'll give you that. But Galanos here, this guy's voice actor just puts in the work, and you can tell, like, the contrast between the two is, like, between what we see is kind of night and day.
yeah, I feel like, is he the same voice as Hayadis? Feels like he may be, honestly. But I mean, Hayadis is just kind of just the resident crazy person for this game. So, and I guess he's also kind of old too. So it's kind of hard to say. But I feel like they may be the same.
That's gonna blow my mind. Well, to be honest, playing crazy isn't really. Well, actually, There's legit crazy and there's overacting crazy, and it feels like Hayadis is more like overacting crazy a bit, because it gets hammy. It can definitely get hammy.
Oh yeah! Oh my god, it does. Yeah. I don't think it happens before the cutoff for tonight. But yeah, I think it's the second fight with him. Yeah. He goes hit this really ridiculous line. Yeah, but you'll get there.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll be seeing tomorrow, because it feels like we're gonna be getting to Act 3. Like, this game's so short. I've been trying to pad this out as much as I can, but it feels like we're gonna get to our next dungeon very soon, very, very soon. But we learned some cool things here about the Febril being the power that is undescribable that fuels the Aurora art. And Reid here starts to realize, or to learn now, that what his potential is, and this is where things really start to turn for a good turn for this narrative, I feel. Like, for Reid particularly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it kind of sets him up as literally the unlikely hero. And I like that he's still kind of hesitant about it, and still doesn't really. I mean, he understands it. He doesn't really seem to care to want to understand it. And I mean, he's just still going along for the ride because he doesn't really have a choice. But it is kind of interesting to see. It still takes a little bit of time to develop, into what he does eventually start becoming.
Yeah, like this is where they basically start planting the seeds. So, this narrative is so good. You're gonna hear that a lot from me. Sorry, guys. I really like how this game is presented. I really like the way that this narrative flows. I like the way that just all the characters just blend well with each other to sort of defeat the common goal. there is something that I do want to say though. While we still go towards this, I feel like when it comes to stakes, ultimately for this game, it's all about like saving the world. Like that's a very common stake that we've seen in Tales of Destiny and Tales of Fantasia. I feel like Tales of Destiny 2 is the first game where it really started to make the stakes a bit more personal. And it started to set the standard for that afterwards, if that kind of makes sense. Well, actually, you know what? There is a character on the left that it can become personal. So there is a bit of a thing against that, I suppose. But I guess Destiny 2 is more so for the main character for it to be personal.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Meredy?
I mean, Fantasia's narrative was personal
This
in a
room.
pretty surface level kind of way. I mean, it was literally just a revenge story that turned into something a little,
Have you
a little bit
been
more
in this
profound,
room
but
before?
not really extremely more profound. And Destiny was just kind of a hero thing, like it's not really super
I'm
personal,
very
but
sad.
oh, you're this and that. And yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think
I don't
Eternia
wanna be rude
does
to Reid,
eventually
But why don't
turn
we go to bed
into
now?
sort of a. I mean, it's kind of going into more story stuff, but it's
Yeah.
personal, not necessarily for Reid,
No.
but it does definitely like it does reflect on him, and it does end up becoming personal in certain respects for him. And yeah, I mean, I think like even after Eternia,
Hey,
there have been a few
Meredy?
games that have kind of floundered
Can
on
I
that.
ask you something?
I think not to rag on any of the games, but like even the next few games, like Lloyd's story,
parents.
not necessarily
Your
a
mother and
story
father.
about Lloyd. He just ends up
Where
kind
are
of being a central part of it because of
I
everything
don't
around
have a
him.
mother.
And he
or
ends
a
up, taking
father.
up certain responsibilities, and I guess even
Oh,
Rebirth too. I
I
mean,
see.
Rebirth's a good narrative, but
You bet.
Vague himself isn't not necessarily
My
a,
mother
a
and father died
deeper
a long time
personal,
ago too.
quest for him outside of
Huh?
I don't know. Vague's just kind of weird in general, but that's a totally different topic there. But it's just not the same kind of
But I
personal
still
narrative that I think
remember
Eternia and a few games after that kind of tackle on.
the smell of my mother's soap, the feel of
I
my
would like to say
father's
that they all
hand
have.
when he
Okay,
kissed
now
me.
that we're talking about this a bit more, maybe they all have a bit of personal stake to
Yeah.
it. But
Yeah?
I don't think about it more because,
Meredy?
like,
What kind of memories do you
yeah,
have?
the one character with the personal stake isn't particularly Reid, I like to say, but
Memories.
there is some stake. But I feel like
Memories.
when it came with Rebirth with Vague, they all have personal stakes that sort of just suddenly fell together. If that kind of makes any sense.
You don't have any
Yeah,
memories
I
of your
mean
parents?
they all do have stakes. Again,
It is
Rebirth
not
always
none.
Rebirth has
What's
always been
that?
kind of a little weird to me, at least for
Really?
Vague. He's been kind of a weird
I get
protagonist
it.
to pin down,
It
and
hurts
I'm not
to
sure if it's the
remember.
language barrier
Sorry.
or if I just didn't understand the story well enough. But I
It's
don't know, his
okay.
motivation always just
I am
seemed
fine.
kind of
I have
strange, and
Gallinos, Reid,
the whole
Q,
plot,
and Farah.
like how the plot moved along for him specifically. I don't know, it just seemed like a
Thanks.
weird.
You're very
Like,
tough, Meredy.
he had weird issues just trying to come to, like, him needing to come to an actual resolution for his character. It didn't seem like he had major issues to actually resolve out. I don't know. Like, the
I
whole
think I kind of get what you're saying, because like the thing is because like Vegas a lead protagonist, he kind of has some expectations set for him because he's a lead protagonist. But I want to say like Rebirth, they kind of split the whole personal stakes thing between everyone so evenly that Vague feels like he's a little bit lost in the shuffle. But I think that's by design because they're all supposed to be on the same level.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a fair way to look at it. And I mean, I do have some issues with the ending of that game as well. But I mean, for the most part, Vague does eventually, get what he needs, just like all the other characters. And I mean, granted, I think some of the developments for other characters is like more poignant. I think it's something you can take a lot more out of, like Hilda or like Eugene and Annie. I think their resolutions are definitely something that an actual player could be like, oh, I can kind of see how this is important to real life, and I can kind of take some lessons from this. And Vague's just, it's sort of in that Stan vein where it's just like, okay, I have this mission and I need to do this thing, and also I need to realize something else about everything around me, but not really in any like. It never really felt like anything that someone could learn something really, profound from. Where other characters I think did a little better, but overall, Rebirth's cast, they're like most casts. I think everybody just kind of evened out in the end.
Yeah.
Outside of a few people, but that's ending of Rebirth stuff, which is kind of weird. But
non-playable, so I hear you. I guess I missed it. Did I? Okay. Anywho, I was thinking more like when it comes to Rebirth. Darn it! I lost my train of thought. Oh, never mind. I guess it'll come back another time. Maybe it'll come back another time, but
yeah,
right.
Let's localize it, Bamco. Then we can have a Marathon 4 and talk all about Rebirth.
All I could do. Oh, I already played the cutscene for Rebirth. It was on day 1. Darn it. Oh well. Anywho, yes. Please localize Rebirth. Please localize Innocence. Please localize Destiny 2. Please localize. Please localize everything. Just everything.
Yeah. Can we get a new Fantasia release that's actually like competent and respectful and in English, please? Thank you. I'll take it.
You'll take your iOS with GBA voices and you'll like it.
Wait, what did it have? Did it have English voices or?
No, it's Japanese, but
okay.
That's gonna be the monkey's paw right there. You're gonna get your Fantasia port, and it's gonna have the GBA voices pop right in there. Yeah,
I'll pass. I will pass immediately. I'm good.
Even Rondeline will be GBA voice. They'll make it in that style.
Yeah, unless it's like dual audio, then I'll get it, of course. But yeah, if I'm just stuck with that dub, like no, that's actually a bad dub. This Eternia, it's charmingly bad. But that one, yeah.
I'll give
not much dialogue in that game, but still.
I'll give the GBA version this. Like it was a GBA game with voice acting. I don't know what their budget was to get the voices, but I'm not gonna say it sounded good, but it was impressive for what they were able to fix. Because not too many GBA games went too far into the voices, or you know what? They had a lot of voices for their arts, is what I'm trying to say. And
yeah, everything was voiced art-wise, and DAOs had voices too and everything, but they basically just kind of picked whoever off the street, I think, and just got them to say some arts, and that's basically it. So again, it's not a big part of the game, but it's definitely weird.
You're gonna find out Troy Baker is one of those voice actors. You're gonna see.
Well, he had quite a glow up then, cause I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody wants to reveal that they worked on that game. Thank goodness they were under a contract to not have their names revealed. Wonder Sheds everywhere, by the way. I'm telling you, all over the place, just like the Muddin Man.
Yeah, but this guy's actually useful. The Mutt Man we can't even see. We don't even know where he is.
Oh, that Mutt Man. That was such a meme, but I think the meme is basically dead now. Like you said, you didn't even remember it until now. So, rest in paradise, I guess.
Yeah, Exdelia is, on the older side now, I guess, and it's really been just out of the spotlight for a while now. Which, again, I think highly of Exdelia's concept, so I think it's a little unfortunate. But if someone says mutton, people will remember. So, yeah.
That reminds me of the one comic I saw on Tumblr a long time back, where it was like, Ella's crying or something, and then you see like the guy shove the mutton in front of her face or something. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Mutton is like sheep meat. Like it's fresh, it's raw, it's gross. Like of course Ella's gonna cry in front of it.
They're going to sell it in the technologically advanced city, because that is what they have. Street vendors selling mutton.
Oh man, I can't wait to revisit those games someday. I know I have to revisit it eventually, because I need to explore the battle system with Luger a bit more, because I really loved playing as him the first time, but then that was before I played DMC. Now that I played DMC, I feel like I need to really revisit and start to figure things out with Luger, because he is so much fun to play as.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people say it, and I'm inclined to mostly agree that, I mean, he's probably like the best single character that they've ever put together. I mean, granted, his playstyle, I say it a lot too, his playstyle is literally just the Radiant Mythology 3 slot system, like the art slots, just put onto a character with an arts ball, so he has literally access to everything. And I mean, they could do that for literally any other character, but they just haven't for reasons. I don't know the reasons, but they just haven't. And I don't know. I mean, he is all better for it, and everything kind of coalesces pretty well with his kit. So it's pretty hard to top that character unless they just want to straight up copy him and, you know, have a battle system that complements that too. But seems nowadays they're less inclined to have something like that, and just kind of have more inclined to have a battle system that kind of complements everybody in general, which, I mean, that's fair.
I see what you're saying with the whole like slots and everything. Like, I heard about the slots. I didn't play the game myself, but Luger does change his speeds and whatnot between the forms too, so there's that to also be worried about. But I guess since you're connecting arts, it doesn't particularly matter, I suppose.
Yeah, like the slots in Arm 3 were basically just swapping which arts you had equipped. I mean, which is essentially what Luger does. I mean, he's just swapping the weapon instead. But if you had like just a random, like Alvin, if you just swap to a different set of arts, that's essentially the same thing, except you don't get the fancy, you know, movement changes that comes with a different weapon. You don't get the fancy switch like animation, but you could put something in there to kind of make it show up. But even still, I mean, just having that access to all of your arts has always been kind of a running issue with Tales, because like say like Destiny DC, like that game is known for all these crazy combos and all this stuff, and then you realize like, oh, you know, there's a lot of editing going on in the background because they have to equip this and equip that art, and you have 6 slots for arts. And I mean, sure, you can kind of hack your way around it nowadays, but I don't know, it's always been kind of an issue. And I'm not going to say Arise is continuing that, because I mean, they have confirmed, you know, the arts ball is going to be there and stuff like that. So there's going to be availability for arts, but yeah, just having access to everything without without combo command, which I'm not sure in Eternia, I'm not sure if that actually has come up yet. I don't think it has. But yeah, combo command is something that is kind of impractical. I mean, having all of your arts.
Okay, I just read what you said. Combo command, that is in this game, Eternia. I'm very positive it is.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. I just forget when you have access to it.
You got to collect like maybe 20 lands, because I'm pretty sure Eileen gives it to you.
Okay. But yeah, combo command, I mean, it's a cool idea. It's definitely unique. They definitely, you know, made sure they had, you know, commands for each arts as best they could without going too crazy. But it's not a great solution. And, you know, I think Luger is kind of the right way they should go. But again, it really depends on what game they're trying to make before what character they're trying to make.
Yeah. I was more so thinking, the one combo command that I really liked was like Destiny 2, because you can map those. I mean, it's actually like an art sphere in itself.
No, what is it?
Yeah. Let's talk about this first. This minigame.
Okay.
I love it. Oh,
This
but
is
I'm
so
screwing
silly.
up already. This is the better 3D representation, in my opinion. You're throwing these toxic bombs for some reason? Like, I don't know where Reid picked
What
this
is
up.
Reid, what's going on? What is
I
that
have
monster?
no clue. Oh, if the monster gets close to you, you do a battle. Like, I remember that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
man.
that monster is so happy. Like, you see him as he's walking around there?
It's kind of like an egg bear, honestly, just not purple but yeah, it's just weird. It's very weird. I don't know what they were smoking.
You completely forgot about this? This lasts for about 5 minutes.
I honestly did, yeah. But seeing it again, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. And you know what? This egg bear knows how to ride the car too. He intentionally brakes sometimes. See, just like that. Yeah. It knew. Man, I never realized Celestian creatures were this sentient. Like, jeez. How to pilot this stuff and everything. Where did they get their license? And Reid's just in a stationary like position too, with barely any movement. This is like, I have to make this 2D game 3D because Sony wants me to. Sort of mentality already at this point.
I mean, it turned out better for it probably in the end. So.
Yeah. Oh, seriously? Fine, let's fight. Whatever. This is awesome. Yeah, I agree it's awesome. It's amazing. These might be pretty rough.
How did they get on the train?
Telling you. Sentient beings, these ones. They know.
Sonic Blade. Swarm.
Alright, let's see if we can get rid of them here. This is Reid's story now. Well, not quite, but it's gonna slowly get to Reid's story soon.
Demon Twist.
Because we're still...
That is the best. Tiger Rage.
Oh, what's a Tiger Rage? Oh yeah, Kogadenzan, I believe it is, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember that art in Narakiri Dungeon 3. I'm like, wow. The first impression I got for Reid is that his arts are so unique. And I think that reflects his character because they're all like self-taught, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. People keep asking about his swordsmanship in this game early on. It's like, oh, I'm just a hunter. That's what I do. Which, I mean, I guess it's kind of like a twist on the chosen hero thing, because I know the guy at the dojo kind of gets frustrated asking about it, and then Ras asks about it, and he's like, oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of distracted and focused right now. Trying to make sure.
Not easy. This is not easy.
This stupid egg bear thinks that he could hop on this train again and split off into demons for some reason. I don't know what's going on here. No sense at all. Well, if it breaks, that's a good thing, but you still get 5 minutes of that. 5 minutes of that. I don't think it's terrible. It's just so out of nowhere, but I prefer it better than the mail thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, I think we're finally at our dungeon here. Then we'll be off to our checkpoint soon. And then that'll be it for tonight, everybody.
Gnome,
yeah, you got it. I don't like the gimmick to this dungeon. You gotta like keep walking back and forth for things, but I think my notes here will help. Even I knew back then that was really bad. Like there's 3 tools you have to use to go back and forth basically, and essentially you have to break something, go back, swap your tool because you can only carry 1 tool at a time. I don't know why, but that's pretty much it. You remember this dungeon, right?
Yep. I remember really liking the music when you get to the end too. But aren't there gentlemen here as well? I think so.
Well, they're here. They're here.
It's the best enemy of all time.
Worst enemy of all time. I heard you. We got a gold bracelet. Let's get started. Well, the worst part is that like I can't even like avoid them. It's all random. It's like you don't even know what you're gonna run into.
Let's do it.
Good. I'm glad the game don't have ears or something.
This.
Air thrust.
All right, but yeah, we're basically winding down here. We're gonna be running into one more boss fight. We're gonna be running into one more mini game, and that's gonna be fun. Man, I spent so many hours on that game. Okay, please, Meridi, cast Undini. I don't want to keep commanding it here.
Sonic Blade.
Yeah, it feels like I'm starting to power down a little bit. It's getting a little bit late.
Yeah, that's fair.
Granted, it is Eternia. Eternia, at the end of the day, is still nice to look at, even though like I'm like sleepy. Unlike Vesperia, I'm not the biggest fan of Vesperia, and I think I said that several times already. But it dragging along certainly did not help. Certainly didn't help.
Just like visually, or just the kind of like the trudging nature of like that Abyss type kind of game.
Yeah, it's more like because like they keep adding a lot of let me see this battery stuff again. Oh, it's not doing it this time. What happened that last time? Why did it even exist? What?
I don't know. I've seen it before too. I don't know what causes it, but yeah, that is a thing.
It's so weird. But I guess like with Vesperia, part of me kind of doesn't want to talk about Vesperia because I just finished it. But basically, the thing is that like I only liked Act 2. And that just talks about, I don't know, you said you haven't played Vesperia, you don't remember too much, or, so I don't know how much you could get into this without you being getting lost, but...
I'm mostly familiar with the plot of Vesperia. I know kind of where Act 2 goes the most, and I just know Act 3 is just kind of, out of Lagos, let's finish things, but... yeah, from what I understand, or from what we're just here in general, Act 2 typically seems to be the most interesting part of the game, and things just kind of fall off afterwards.
I'll say this. We're gonna play some Bomberman first. Not really. I kind of wish they had you run, or else you could take damage, kind of like how they did in Symphonia, but what I will say for Vesperia is that of the ones that have like the long drag third acts, I think Vesperia handles it best because they sprinkle bits and pieces of it throughout to not make it as random. No, trust me. My first playthrough, I thought Out of Fogos was random, but when I replayed it, I'm like, okay, I can kind of see the seeds that they're planting. If that kind of makes any sense, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have to say, I just need to play that game, but yeah, it's been kind of playing a lot of stuff lately, and then Arise comes out, and it's like, oh goodness, Tales is the best thing ever again.
Right.
So yeah, I can't believe that's pretty soon too, but that should be interesting. And you said you're gonna jump into Arise a little bit later.
Yeah, I have some things to get into first before I even consider playing Arise, but that's the plan. That's the plan.
That is fair, but yeah, I just know myself, I would be eager to see every little bit and piece of it. So it's like, well, let me just play it, so I don't have to worry about all that.
Yeah,
and I'm just have a general interest. The game, I don't know, the game's marketing. I'm not sure if it's always been like this, but it just seems kind of weird in terms of what the game's actually trying to do. Otherwise, like characters look interesting, demo is interesting enough, but yeah, it just seems like what the game is trying to do or trying to tell, or where the plot's gonna go. It seems kind of, I guess, not really too detailed so far, which is a good thing. I mean, that's totally understandable, but I am kind of curious to see, just kind of a natural curiosity to see where it ends up going.
Yeah. I mean, part of me does have that curiosity a bit too, but I'm just a patient person at the end of the day. There's nothing else to it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that is fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even say that often. Like, sometimes people say that about me. I'm not trying to like flex or flaunt or anything. It's like, wow, you're really patient. Like, yeah, I guess that's what people say. So yeah, I just tell people to let them know. Because some people are like, why don't you play it right away? It's like, well, I can wait. I'm in no rush. What's there to rush about? But I guess that's just different. Anywho, that's not Tales. That's just too much psychoanalysis. Let's talk more about Tales. Let's talk more about...
Tales. That's literally Tales.
Damn it, you caught me. I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, so the first part of this dungeon, all you need to do is pick up the dynamite, and then you gotta get the key afterwards, and then you gotta run all the way back to pick up the dynamite, I think. And I'm staring at my notes to make sure I got it right. But all you need is dynamite and key. You don't need the shovel. Like, you either use the dynamite or the shovel, I'd like to say, but you don't need to swap between both. Just dynamite, shovel, and or key.
Yeah, this is an interesting dungeon to say the least. Yeah, again, some of the concepts in this game are kind of, well, I'm not gonna say typical for the time, but it's definitely something that there's a little bit, I guess, less with more games nowadays. Puzzles are typically a bit more sequenced off or sectioned off, and just having these kind of concept dungeons, it's interesting. I can't really say this dungeon was never too memorable for me. Like stuff like Ifrit Gorge, and even the dungeon itself, it's always been something I kind of remember pretty well. But this one was just always kind of. I remember when you get to the end, it's like, okay, cute little thing here, and then you fight the boss. But
yeah,
everything before it's always been kind of like, it's a dungeon.
I like Volts a little bit. That one.
Yeah, Volts.
Stuff.
Yeah, Volts is another memorable one there as well.
Let's do
and Celsius, or am I thinking of Symphonia Celsius?
Probably Symphonia Celsius.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably Symphonius.
Yeah, this one's not particularly good. The dungeon, all it is just you grab this item to. It's basically a standard puzzle. There's nothing to it.
Yeah. But I remember Shadows at least, so that's something. Even though I don't recall if it was much of a dungeon here, but this game has a few of those weird. You can just kind of do them if you want to things, and Shadow kind of falls into that. So,
I forgot to bring the dynamite with me. Man, my notes aren't clear.
Oh, no!
Crap.
Damn you! Passed the pen.
Yeah. How could you play this game first because you're so excited to play it more than Berseria and Vesperia? Why didn't you play it sooner? How could you?
Oh yeah, Berseria's next. Yeah. That game.
I mean, I don't mind the narrative. I think the narrative's fine. It's just I'm not playing as Velvet a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna rotate between characters and hope that I don't play as Velvet too much. But because of how I'm approaching it, I'm doing like hard 2 times EXP, 2 times Scald or something, avoiding encounters like Vesperia. It's like there's some points because of capabilities. The fight is designed for Velvet, though. Technically, every fight is designed for Velvet, so... Well, no, that's wrong. Every fight can be broken by Velvet. But there are some fights that are particularly designed for her that I have to use her at the end of the day.
Yeah, Berseria is definitely a game where I think rotating things up really helps it a lot. Velvet is just... She's not unfun, but she is pretty linear at times in the bad kind of way. And I think that's the right call, switching it up with literally anyone else. Because Velvet is just a little too polarized, in my opinion.
The thing with Velvet is that, like...
Let's do it.
What's there to be said that hasn't been said? Like, it's all there. Like, she... Why can't the AI know how to use her, first off? That's just the weirdest thing. Like, you see the AI play Velvet? It's like... I don't think it's... Is it main... Oh, I guess it is main character syndrome, huh? Yeah. But...
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever had Velvet in my party if I'm not playing her. Because I probably saw the AI just being stupid. It's like, well... If I'm not playing her, she's not gonna be here.
Pretty much. She's practically just an aggro. Even like when you try to play her on the strategy, she still doesn't know how to use her break soul effectively. It's like, just... And the AI can't use the break soul of Velvet perfectly, or properly. Like, let's think about that for a second. Every person can do it, but not the AI for some reason. It's like they're saying, "Hey guys, this is how you're supposed to play her," but nobody plays her that way. Be conservative with Velvet. Are you sure you're playing that properly? No, I don't think so. That ain't it.
Yeah, it's rough, but yeah, I think they're trying to do something similar with Alphen, but it's definitely toned down a lot. So that's I'm a little bit hopeful for a rise in that way. And there's a lot of just other changes with the battle system, which just seem to make it a little bit more flexible, but still trying to accomplish a similar idea to Berseria. But
I want to say less mashy, in my opinion. I didn't explore the demo too much, so maybe I could be off on this, but That was my impression, I suppose.
Yeah, I played the demo a fair bit. Mostly just all the 2 characters there, and I mean there are aspects of it that still feel kind of limited. But again, I think that's just limitation of the demo itself, because they said some of the things are going to be changing there. So, you know, I'm just pretty hopeful for it in general, and definitely less smashy, definitely less press this button to do the thing that destroys everything, which is you know, all good signs.
Yeah, all good signs, steps in the right direction. I wonder who the cameo fight is. I know I talked about it last night, but
it's Velvet and Mila again. I don't know.
Velvet and Saray. Let's go, all in.
I could see it, but honestly, yeah, I could see it.
I forgot to pick up the dynamite. Oh my gosh, I would have been so mad if I went all the way back without the dynamite. Old school 2D games, but yeah, definitely Saray and Velvet. I mean, it's possible, but what would I want ideally? I don't know. They already did the Crest. I keep forgetting about this fight, but they already did the Crest Mint Star and Rudy thing, so my imagination is a little bit limited with cameos at the end of the day.
Let's do it.
After that,
Yeah, I haven't put together like a cameo want list in years, but I don't know, just something kind of left field. I mean, Cesteria's cameo was a little bit left field, which you know I appreciated. Didn't really make much sense, but I think they turned it around into something pretty memorable, pretty interesting. And I mean, you know, from a localization standpoint, I'd love to hear if they could do something good for characters that haven't had English voices before.
oh, that's true. Yeah.
And not something like what Grace's F did, which was interesting to say the least. It wasn't horrible, but it definitely wasn't what I expected for those characters.
I think the only one I remember are like, I don't remember Vegas at all, but I remember everybody else's, like Kohaku's and Riala's. Definitely remember. I think they were like kind of high pitched.
Yeah, it was like Minnie Mouse and something else. And Vague was like, I think he was just like from Fantasia GBA. He was just like Crest from that game, and I don't know. He was pretty generic, and they removed his arts or something like he called out the arts in Japanese, but they just kind of gave him generic lines, which is also kind of unfortunate since, I mean, I do like to see when older arts like that are, you know, given actual official names, but yeah, it was just kind of a weird patch thing going on there, but I mean, you know, they tried, they came up with something.
Let's do it.
Yeah. I'll be honest, like, I didn't really look too much into the Graces one. You know what? I don't know why I stopped looking. I didn't look into either the Graces one or the Exilia one. I guess because they're both, like, my oldest games. I still haven't played through Graces for a long time, too. So maybe someday I'll look into their cameo battles, because I obviously heard really good things about Exilia, too, but Graces I'll still need to re-experience someday.
Demon Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, from a gameplay perspective, Exilia 2 is kind of bonkers because I think they kind of overtuned the characters a bit. Like, it's not like Abyss where you're kind of sort of on an equal level, like 4 versus 4. Like, Exilia 2 is just like, okay, these guys are ridiculously strong, but you can be 2, but also you just need to kind of curb stomp them or else you're just gonna get run over. It's kind of weird, but I mean, it's interesting to see the characters at least.
Doesn't Mint know, like, Mint has to have time stop for that battle, right? Pretty sure she should.
Yeah.
That's good.
And I think, Nanalie has an hourglass, so...
Oh, I'm talking Minta Exilia 2.
Oh.
Now I have to specify.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
4v4 with characters from games that haven't been represented. Is there a game that hasn't been represented yet?
Okay, I'm going through my head right now. We already got Fantasia Destiny, Eternia Destiny 2, Symphonia. I want to say we didn't get anybody from Symphonia yet.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, no. Well, does Kratos count?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Kratos counts. I forgot about that one. Okay, Symphonia Rebirth. We got that. Legendia. We don't have anybody from Legendia.
Yeah, no one from Legendia.
Yeah.
Innocence, yeah, and the newer games, and Vesperia. Vesperia? Let's see.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody from Vesperia. Yeah, that's very surprising. One of the most popular. you know, I mean, the stupid thing if they had Yuri Lowell for Arise's thing, and then they brought back Troy Baker for that. I don't even know how the fandom would react to something like that.
That would actually be sick. Give us the Tales of Popularity poll characters. Just get like Yuri, Leon, and I guess we can get like Jade in there for the memes, and Zelos, and just get everybody who just is always on those. Easy day. Leon would be kind of dope though.
I already seen their costumes everywhere. I don't want to like see them in battle. Like maybe I'm being too harsh. It's not their fault. Do I need a key for this? I probably need a key for this. Damn it. Hold up. Thanks, Merity.
It needs a key. The key in the office.
Of course. But anyway, like, okay, if I could see Yuri and Leon in the cameo battle, sure. I guess I will accept it. But I've just seen their costumes run down to the ground. It's like, it just feels less impactful for me if they hadn't abused their costumes.
Okay, we can do, so for Legendia, we can have Moses. For Vesperia, we can have Reid, so he's like, kind of like Geet, but instead of Moses and Geet, it's Moses and Reid. Okay, for, I guess we can do Saray and Velvet. The obvious choices, and for Innocence, you can have, you know.
I mean, if you want to go for theming, maybe Hermana, but I think you. Okay, hold up. Saray and Velvet are good frontliners. Moses is like your archer type. Reid is also a frontliner. That's like super frontline heavy. So yeah, Iria is probably a good choice to balance that out, or maybe Anj, because like they can both do heals. But Iria might be a bit more interesting because she can use bullets and heal, so maybe she might be the better choice.
What about like Edna and Aizen, and then two others.
Ooh, Edna and Aizen would be. I don't know. You know, Bamco knows their popularity, but at the same time, I don't think they want to waste their together appearance in a game like that. Like you save those for like special Vesperia moments.
I mean,
like,
true. But didn't they have like a? I forget which game. Was it Asteria? I think it was Asteria, where they had like a shot together in one of the openings.
Raze.
Raze. Okay. You know, Raze.
Raze's crossover though, like that doesn't count. I'm talking about like main game stuff. Well, Cameo Battle you can do whatever you want, really. Now that I think about it, so I don't know. Hey, if they do it, more power to them. Let them go loose.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, Mila was the right call for Berseria, since that seemed like a pretty interesting Velvet Mila head-to-head kind of thing. I think that was pretty neat, but yeah, it's kind of tough otherwise with those remaining games.
QQ or Conway? Bring all the Triverse characters over. You know,
yeah,
we forgot to mention Tempest. Tempest doesn't have a cameo thing too.
Well, yeah, they could do QQ and Kongwai, and then they can bring in the Tempest R rep, who's like new to the game. Like, oh, who is this? And then Tempest R comes out. That's what they should do.
I know you say that, but the worst part is that it's never gonna happen.
Tempest R is actually like a highly anticipated game in my eyes. Like, I would love to see Tempest R, but I mean, we're gonna have to see. I mean, Triverse seems pretty dead right now, so.
I mean, it's kind of alive through Raze, but
sort of, I guess.
That's what I'm gonna expect Chapter 5 to be. It's gonna focus on all the characters in the Triverse. We need that resolution somehow. But in Raze, it's like the compromise. We know it's not gonna happen, even though it's much. Maybe we can still dream. Maybe hold off on it. Hold off on it, Raze. We need to still dream.
Well, I am hopeful. the Vita is dead, so you can put it on Switch, and I would buy it.
Yeah, Vita's practically a Switch, but you could actually use it more. No, I'm being harsh on the Vita. Vita's not that bad, to be honest, from my perspective.
It's cool. I mean, I still think it's the coolest, like, actual handheld. I mean, I really don't... I mean, the Switch is portable. I wouldn't call it handheld, even though it can be held in your hands. It's just not something that's comfortably moved. Like, it's not like a pocket device. And I think, you know, in terms of those, Vita is still pretty top dog, top shelf. I mean, you know, like the latest 2DS models are also kind of good because of the clamshell design, but I still kind of think it's tough to beat the Vita. But it beat itself, so...
what happened? Okay. Like, I didn't really follow the Vita stuff, because, like, I only bought it the moment that, like, Tales of Hearts R was, like, announced. What happened with that console? Like, did people really not like it? Was the 3DS too strong? Like, it couldn't have beat it itself, could it? It has to be the 3DS.
I mean, the 3DS was pretty strong. The memory card was proprietary, so you needed to buy a specific memory card for it. Games eventually just started showing up on the PS4. And yeah, basically it was just kind of abandoned. And then they had like the PlayStation TV, which also just cut it down even more because it's like a Vita that's not a Vita, and it can't play some Vita games. And I don't know, it's Sony just made all the wrong moves with it.
You say the memory card thing, but PSP had it too. Well, actually, no. PSP, you could use those memory cards for the camera, so... Yeah, alright. I guess the memory card does kind of count.
Yeah, memory card was a big thing, and then a lot of, Vita doesn't have any games, and a lot of games had, like, weird performance issues sometimes on the Vita, and then it just kind of eventually became like it's a visual novel machine or whatever. And
RPG machine, yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of had that reputation where it's just kind of a throwaway machine, which is unfortunate because it's a good piece of tech, but Sony just made all the wrong moves.
Yeah, basically. Tis unfortunate. Well, I've been waiting for this all day. I accidentally screwed up the dungeon a bit, so we're slightly over time, but
it's time.
Yes.
For not Cradle Ball?
Oh no, definitely not. We're gonna play some water, heat.
This place is so boring.
Ignis? I never knew what. Sorry, I got distracted by Kevin Miller right there. So boring. Oh, that's good. That's so good.
I mean, he's not wrong. It's a very weird. Why is there a lift here? What's going on here? Why is there a lift here? I never asked that until now.
Maybe the gnome really want to have. I have no idea. Why is this
here?
I don't know.
Games are worthless. They're a waste of time.
Oh, Keel, shut up.
If you've got
You're gonna develop.
Philosophical
fourth wall.
Would be a much more productive.
Stop it, Keel.
We need that. We need that to keep it going.
You play, and I explain.
Oh, this game. I love Wisp. I spent so much time on Wisp before. Like, when I first unlocked it, I couldn't stop playing. I'm like, after I unlocked it, I'm like, where can I play Wisp? And then I just kept playing. Oh, this game. It's basically Uno if you haven't heard of Wisp before. But you only have to worry about 4 colors, and each color has their own special power. It's so late, I can't explain this stuff. Just watch it playing, and you'll kind of see it. Well, actually, no, I don't think you can, because it's late, and I don't think you'll see it if you haven't seen Wisp before. Look it up online. The rules, it's probably on the Eternia wiki somewhere, but you'll kind of see it's kind of like Uno, basically.
It's Uno, but not really.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Yeah, I played that wrong.
It's good, though.
It's so late. Like, my card... Oh, thank you, Farah!
Right.
Came in for the win.
Easy.
Yeah. And they brought this back for Reid, even though I think nobody's playing it anymore on it. You just started me off!
Plop, you have Uno. It's on your Xbox. You have it.
Oh, jeez. Okay. I don't think I looked at that joke too much. Is it because every Xbox had Uno? Like, okay, self-explanatory, but why does that joke exist?
I know. I don't know.
That's not fair.
I wasn't there at the time to actually see it unfold, but Uno was installed on Xboxes, and people claimed they had one that didn't have Uno, and it's like, no, you have it. It's included. You have it. It's like, well, I don't have it.
I don't know.
Nothing
Uno's
like a
fun,
good old
though.
card game in a PS1 RPG. Can I get some, was it Tetramaster? Final Fantasy 9? No, Whis is great. Simple,
Oh, come on.
simple to go by.
I think like somebody did this in tabletop too, and then I got a little bit of fun with it with folks. It was a good time.
Verity wins.
And the voice quotes, it's the little things. It's the little things.
And
I think there's 5 rounds.
And the skit art, which we totally get to see in this game, used to its fullest potential, because this game totally has skits that are in the game in the localization.
I mean, there are skits, just not all of it. So, like, all we got are the navigational ones.
Yeah, I would sure love a re-release with the
Aw, come
skits,
on.
the original skits in them, but unfortunately. But I think
Well,
there's a translation out
I'm
there for
almost
them,
there.
at the very least.
There was. I don't know where it
Come
went.
on.
I think the YouTube user just got
Yeah,
terminated or
I'm
something.
almost
I don't
there.
know.
Oh, come
Something
on.
like that. Unless it's still there, I'd love to be corrected on this. To be honest, I would love to still read those
Victory.
translations.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
I feel like I saved a Word document with them like a trillion,
As
billion years
expected.
ago. And knowing me, I probably have that somewhere.
Oh man, it's so late at night. I'm playing with what's going on right now. I'm like, yeah, it is fun, but I'm just like, I feel like I'm like a zombie playing with right now. Holy smokes! I don't usually feel this way about this game. It is really fun. Trust me. It's more like
Oh, come on.
I'm just staring at cards like falling right in front of me, and I don't know what's going on sometimes. Anywho,
Sense victory.
Saving the world can wait.
Oh, come on.
we learn from the best. Shoutouts to Zelda. Link gets the character.
I sense victory.
Shoutouts
Aw,
to
come
Metroid,
on.
my favorite
I
Metroid
sense
character.
victory.
Ah, yes.
Oh, come on.
Dread.
Why?
As expected.
Keel, you said games were a waste of time. Why are you going in, you shark? What is this? 87 points. I ain't winning
Oh,
this.
Come on.
How is he doing so? What happened here? I missed everything. Wait a minute.
I know. Oh, come on.
He says for kids. This
I
guy,
know.
he thinks he can play me. Well, he has been. So good job, Keel. You played me. Look at this guy.
Mean.
How
He
did
has
we
a-
get here? We need to leave. This is not ending well.
I sense victory.
Oh my goodness. This is still final round 2. There's no way I can like go past this. Whatever. If I keep it water, he's gonna draw another card.
Oh, come on.
I don't care if I sacrifice myself for that. I'll see. He needs reds. I should have changed it to. That was a bad play. That was a bad play. Oh, half awake play is so bad.
I sense victory. Well, not
Oh,
too bad,
come
not too shabby. I think we did pretty good here.
Lost.
No, it was a win.
We're done. How was it?
We're done.
Damn.
Why
Pretty.
do I have to engage in such strenuous
You're exhausted.
activity?
You have been winning this.
That's
Jeez.
because you were
Look at
yelling
this
and
guy.
screaming.
Oh wait, actually no recalls.
That was fun. Let's play it again. You bet.
I would love to play this again. Missed opportunity. Should it? Well, actually, no. I don't think it'd be possible to program a with for a player in this game because you'd be seeing everybody's cards. Oh well.
Yeah, I guess that would be the thing, huh?
Yeah. PS1. Well, at least you can play Cramo Ball. It's your favorite.
Good old multi-tap, my favorite peripheral.
Let's do it.
I didn't grow up with the PlayStation, but I always
I never actually had one, but
To air thrust.
like I walk over to my neighbor's house and we play like Tekken 3, Spyro the Dragon, Crash Team Racing, all good times. But we didn't have the multi-tap. I don't think they didn't have the money for it at the time. But,
Yeah, multi-tap. I don't know. Those always just seem like the golden egg. Like, oh man, I'm gonna have one day. And it's like, no, I don't really need one. Like, it doesn't come up that often. So,
all right.
it
For
just
those
seems
who
like a weird piece of tech.
Yeah, for those who don't know about multi-tap, back in the day, PlayStation didn't have a 4 ports for their controllers. All it only had was 2, so you had to like plug this peripheral to add additional players. So just to bring people up to speed on that. I
think it was like, I think it like plugged into the first player slot, and it just had 4 slots on it, and I don't know, it seemed really clunky, seemed really bad. I'm kind of glad I never had one in retrospect, but
yeah, N64 was the best with that because like it's just all on the console. You just bring your controllers, play some Mario Kart, and you're good. Like you don't need to worry about you gotta attach this, attach that. It was just, I can only imagine the hassle. Like I didn't own one, but I can only imagine what people went through.
yeah, and Dreamcast as well with the superior 4 ports. And the inferior, literally everything else. Disc sounds all day. very silly console.
I heard I overheard like one of my friends had the Dreamcast, and I heard the sounds of the Dreamcast going off in the stream. Like, what is that noise? It's like, oh, it's the Dreamcast. It's like, oh my goodness, what is this? Why? It sounds like a little gerbil, like scratching on some kind of like hardware or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I love the console and everything, but that was it was interesting. I don't know how that kind of passed. Well, not inspection, but like past, just general consumer wants. But I don't know. They released it and it killed them. So, well, it didn't kill them, but
What was the straw that broke the camel's back for Sega? Like I mean, I never really had a full idea.
I mean, it was the PS2, but they had been making mistakes like literally since the Genesis was a success. Like they made the Sega CD, Sega 32X, and they were very expensive and very garbage, and nobody bought them. Then the Saturn kind of flopped overseas, and it was also pretty expensive, and released next to the PlayStation, which had all the fancy, everybody, oh, look at the PlayStation, it's 3D this, 3D that, and yeah, then the Dreamcast was, I think it was like sold at a fair loss, and they're like, oh, well, we're gonna, get the money back from such and such, which I think they started to get, but then the PlayStation 2 came out like a year or so later, and yeah. Nobody cared about GD-ROMs anymore, and everything was moving to DVDs, and PlayStation just kind of ate its lunch, and that was basically it. So, just a decade of incompetence, really.
Yeah, incompetence, and sounds like timing is an issue too. I don't think anybody expected Sony to like burst out like that. Nobody realized like Sony was like, it used to be known for just like CD-ROMs or whatever, or no, not CD-ROMs, CD players like Walkmans or things like that. Jeez, did I just say Walkman on the 2021 stream? Jeez, what the? Okay, yeah, you heard me. Okay, okay, can I have a raise of hands for those on the stream who doesn't know what a Walkman is? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, we're getting close to after dark hours because I can't navigate this maze for the life of me because my notes are bad. That's all I'm gonna say right now. My notes are really bad. Oh no! We're not dealing with this. No, we're out of here. We're out of here. We're out of here.
Gental man.
Yeah. Get out of here. We ain't dealing with the Gental mans here. No. I hate those. I hate those things. Those were old school. Old school MP3 players. Okay. No, sorry. I don't mean to have that reaction. It's more so to validate how old I am. Okay, so to bring you up to speed, the Scarfinator. A Walkman. You're old too? Okay. Well, I guess I'll explain anyway. A Walkman is like back in the day, there used to be like cassette tapes where it's like you play your songs on, and like cars used to have this like old boom boxes used to have that, which are like mini stereos. Mini stereos. It still sounds old. Basically, they play your music, and they come in like two sides. Imagine like a small game cartridge. Oh, I can't even find a reference like nowadays that would like fit it. Do you got anything for Chase? I can't think of anything.
To a cassette. So, call me crazy, but I feel like I saw something recently where cassettes were like making a comeback with vinyls.
No. Well, I get vinyls, but not cassettes. No.
Oh, I know what it was. It was there's a Tales of Symphonia vinyl coming out, and there's like a companion cassette with it, and I'm like, vinyls make sense, but are we doing it? Are we really doing this? Like, what are we doing, guys?
I mean, vinyls are fine to talk about. They're actually relevant. Like, vinyls are fine. Anyway, let's see. I get you.
But a good analog to cassettes? That's kind of tough.
Think of those portable hard drives. Like, the ones that are, like, small and, like, 2 terabytes. Think about that, but slightly slimmer, and they have now this is where it falls apart. Anyway, we found Gnome. We're finally here. Let's go.
On the Gnome Village with the good music. I love it.
Yeah, good stuff.
So weird.
See, Beryllium, even that doesn't work either, because you need to know what a VCR is, because that's not gonna work for. Yeah. Anyway, gnomes. Yeah, celestial spirits, Kramels. On spirits.
Yes.
Oh,
we're done with the flying missiles, and we now have cute, weird things with giant noses.
I like it. It's cute. It's adorable. The thing about it though is that actually no, I prefer this over the missiles. I hate the missiles in Fantasia. Never.
It's definitely weird. One of the weirder gnomes, but yep. This is the best. I love this music. I love this place. It's so chill right before the boss.
They give you a place where you can shop and like rest at an inn, a makeshift inn or something. You know what? This place kind of reminds me of like the Earthbound prehistoric era. Like I kind of get that vibe with this song. Just a bit. Have you played? Did I say Earthbound? Have you played Earthbound?
I have not, honestly.
Okay.
I started Mother 3 like I guess it was about a few months ago now, but I haven't made too far into it. And I was thinking like, oh man, do I just want to play Mother 1 because I have my Wii U here and I can just do that? And then I was like, well, I don't know. Wii U's weird, Switch is weird. Mother 1 should be on Switch. It's not. I don't know what's going on. They literally re-released the game and then they don't put it on their newest Nintendo's weird. I don't get it.
There's a rumor going about Nintendo Online. Did you hear it?
They do look kind of like Mr. Saturn in a way, yeah.
Oh yeah! Holy smokes! Holy smokes! Yeah, they kind of do. Oh no, I can't unsee this now.
Let us heal your wounds. Can we just take you with us?
Yeah. Holy smokes! They're practically Mr. Saturn. Same function. They do this too. They almost do this too. Except like I think in Mother 2 they have a spring where you can heal, but they can sell you items and stuff. This is so weird. I can't believe who made that association? Who made Scarfinator? All right. I'll give you props.
Pretty coincidental there.
Yeah, it's a little too on the nose there. Okay, well, anywho. What am I doing for this fight? Oh yeah, this is the one thing where I showed off that command earlier today. You're gonna have to do it here. Don't forget about it. And I think I gave Reid Arc Wind, and oh yeah, let's keep the Omega Shield. I guess I was scared of this boss fight when I was a couple months ago. I don't know why. Let's find out, I guess.
No.
I always remember the one time Gnome just said that I sucked. Yeah, that Symphonia thing.
I do remember that one, yeah. But this one, I don't recall too much with this gnome, or at least being an issue with this gnome.
It has a stupid gimmick in the fight where there's background elements that throw stuff at you.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, this was just a little annoying compared to actually being difficult, but granted.
There's also another thing. He knows an art where you have to have everybody jump at the same time. If you don't, you're gonna get hurt a lot. You'll see shortly. I don't know if right, because you usually did the solos, if I remember, but
Actually, my Eternia one was actually a party run back then.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's just been too long. And
Yeah,
I think the early bosses in that game were just kind of like, oh, you can just kind of, well, I mean, I guess this isn't really early, but I feel like with the whole party just at your back, it hasn't really been too much of an issue. But let's see if I can recall all this. Oh, and the better boss theme?
Yeah.
Better boss theme.
Yeah. So good.
Okay, it's all coming back.
Yeah, you remember now? You remember the thing?
Here
it is! Stupid!
Yep, summon friends. Okay.
And insta casting all this stuff too, insane. Farah's already done. Oh no!
Yep.
You know, I'm gonna say this. I'd rather this than the missiles. Like, at least you need some sort of skill to dodge this. Missiles are just stupid.
Yeah, I mean, this has like some control over it. Like, it's an enemy that's on the ground in front of you, and it's doing normal things. The missiles are just like, what's going on? Oh, it's over? Like, the missiles make no sense.
No sense at all. So bad. All right. We need air rest, and we need. Wait, did I still turn off? Oh no, she's still good. What does? Okay, Earth. We're good. Okay. Yeah, this. Oh, the voice is a little bit annoying. It might be because it's late and I'm sleepy and I'm a little bit irritated, but it's not helping.
I mean, it is gnome. Like, is there a gnome that's not annoying in these games?
No, not a single one. All of them are like annoying. I can't think of one word. Actually, you know what? The one in Vesperia doesn't do anything, so by default, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, a few games have summon spirits that just don't do anything, so they don't really, really count.
Yeah. Well, even like some of the Vesperia spirits have personalities. The gnome there really doesn't do anything. Like, literally nothing. It just sleeps. Maybe it talks in the side quest, but I didn't see it. But all these other gnomes are annoying. Which one's the most annoying? I think the one in Narakiri Dungeon Cross, though. It's like the one in Fantasia, but it takes it up tenfold. He's a big jerk. Oh, I forgot about commands. Okay, so here's the thing with commands, everybody. You only have 3. To find more, you have to go across the world to find them. I never found them, so I only ever had the 3.
Sonic Blade.
Farah's gone again. Do you remember those? Like, do you remember where any of those are? I don't remember. I don't even know where a single one of those are.
I don't remember offhand. I remember them, but not where they are offhand.
Oh, I forgot Exilia had a gnome. I mean, I guess that gnome is inoffensive. It doesn't do anything. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah!
What the fuck?
That's stupid,
bro. I completely forgot about. What the? What?
Yeah,
what
he just kind of jumped and flies. Like,
what is this? Why did I make a note about this? Hello?
Could be a hard mode thing. It probably is.
My notes are for the hard mode too. How did I miss this? Oh, jeez, I'm too shook that I got hit by that.
Taking it.
Oh my gosh,
Sharpness. Kill.
Thank you, Keel. I appreciate the support. There goes
I just love that he's casting Stalagmite in the air during his stun.
I have no idea. What is up with this gnome? But oh my gosh! Stop! For the love of everything! Oh, hold on. It's a good thing they give you a place to heal. Like, there's no other boss that does it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why. I mean, the gnome village is pretty nice, but yeah, I forgot this boss is pretty annoying. And like, they did not need the background stuff. Like, why? Why? I feel like that's something that should have like just gone away during the fight, but no, it's just there.
Somebody in the team wanted to make a Fantasia reference, and they're like, "Oh, I know," And they all said, great idea! Without realizing the repercussions. What is this? Attack? What is this? Like spell charges? Like, what is this? Symphonia skills going on here? This gnome. He's hiding out. He's hiding out. What are you doing now? Oh, same shit. Same stuff.
Literally just a giant hitbox. That's amazing.
Oh, I can't believe what is happening? I don't even know where to begin. Stop! Oh. Okay. Yeah, Curse Filter is tired. Yes, I'm very tired. I'm trying. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Ridiculous.
It's like something from like Yoshi's Island, like those stupid inflated sprites. You know, it's pretty much a Yoshi's Island sprite.
Where's the damage coming from? Like you're bouncing on this. Like, where's the damage?
Oh my gosh! Ah! Stupid! Oh, this is clearly a sign that I'm so sleepy that I don't even feel anything for this boss. Just end it. End it.
Yeah.
How much HP do you got? Are you kidding me? We'll take a take 2.
Still a little bit to go, yeah. God, this is annoying. What an annoying gnome.
But at the end of the day, I'll take this over Fantasia gnome. I'll never prefer Fantasia gnome.
I don't know what the idea was there, but like, there's no reason to want to fight a boss that's like basically intangible for most of the time. But I don't know. They thought it was a good idea.
No, the thing was is that like in Fantasia GBA, it was actually a little bit tolerable, but you just had to wait. In Fantasia PSX, like the one that it's ported from, it was like way worse. It was way worse. I can't remember how it actually went, but I remember it having a very horrible time with it. This boss with this song at this time of night.
Whoa. This song is amazing. I don't care what anyone says.
By itself is fine, but what it represents right now, it's I feel like it's mocking me.
I mean, then it's doing its job.
Yeah, exactly. Like, fine, you win this one. Anywho, let's try again. As we get later and later into the night. Yeah. Honestly, you want to know what did it? I had to stay up extra late to go through the entries. That's no fault to anybody else but me, because Vesperia went super overtime, and I need bed. I need bed right now.
No, Vesperia.
Oh, Vesperia. I optimized that, and I was still overtime. Whatever. Anywho, this isn't Vesperia. This is Eternia. We talking about Gnome? When I get gnomed? Nope.
About no.
Look at that animation of his. Like, he knows he's gonna cause some stuff.
Those eyes. I hate it.
Yeah. That's the one you know is gonna cause a lot of trouble. Alright, well, the bigger question is, this gnome or Symphonia gnome? Symphonia gnome for battle. What the? You don't even get control! Did you see that?
Totally fair.
Did you see that?
Wrong place, wrong time.
Disgusting.
I literally do not understand why the background thing is even a thing in this fight.
Oh my gosh. And you know what the worst part is? I can't get everybody to jump at the same time. I used to be able to do this fine before, but for some reason now...
Yeah, I think they lock into their spells. So at least I think that's the case when you try to do the jump action. But, yo, Far's already dead? What happened? What?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Spectacles. What's happening? Like, what is happening? What is happening with this fight? What is my life? What is going on right now? Alright. Less whining, more trying. Here we go. Heal, spread. Wake up. You know what, actually? What did I put in my notes here? Everyone jump. Well, duh, obviously. Turn off heal and life? Why? Oh, because I wanted to jump. Probably... Alright, hold on. I think I know what to do. Just keep using items. I don't give a crap right now. We're using money for this because I want to finish this. Because I don't want to deal with this gnome right now. This is a little bit much. Just at this time, a little bit much. Okay, guys. Ultra... What the frick is an Ultra Grave?
It's literally just great.
What's so... Jeez. Whatever. Whatever. We're gonna beat Gnome. We're beating Gnome tonight.
Who does not care?
Not at all. We're in formation 2. Maybe I should bring Farah a bit further back. Because I don't want her to be right in front so that, like, if he starts using that stupid drill move, Farah will be more protected. Except when he does something. Wow. What are you, Owen Wilson now? Gee, this is as far as these jokes are gonna go, huh? Jeez, stupid.
Demon Hammer's the best. Let's go.
Give me the demon lightning hammer. No! What is this? All this stuff is instant. Let's just go. Let's just go. Focus, focus.
So fast! Undine could, like, literally save everything. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Literally died mid-summon.
What am I playing? This isn't even a Tails boss anymore. This is a Super Mario World 2 boss. Like, straight up. All this extra stuff in the background and these random...
Yeah, I mean, Air Thrust is putting in work, but Keel is just having issues getting it out.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's get some of these quits I might have to fix. Give me the warrior symbol. That mental brace ain't gonna do nothing for us. Rabbit's Foot? I don't know what luck does in here, to be honest. I'm just putting it on. Black Onyx would actually be really useful. Who has some... Okay, let's do everything. Do we have anything that could help in terms of items? I ain't using elixirs, that's for sure.
That's the shirt bottle? Yeah.
What the?
Random rocks.
It's not even just a rock, it's the stun that came with it.
Yeah, Keel is just like spamming the air thrust now.
Oh, you know what it is? I need to give Meredy Sylph. And I need to give Keel Windblade so that they can both be on Gnome with the weakness.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And it would keep your like your higher tier spells just having one person cast them, so you know you're not having spread come out, just kind of taking up time.
Yeah, and it also like grinds up Sylph, so I think that might be the next strategy if this doesn't work. Guys, jump! No, why are we jumping at alternate times? Okay, try again, guys. In sync. No. They can't do it when they're casting it. We really doing this? Gnome is gonna be the one, huh? Gnome is gonna be the one to cause trouble.
Yeah. Thought Ifrit was bad. It is Gnome actually.
Yeah. What is this? What's this gnome saying? Yo 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 yo? Like what? What is this? I give in. I'm using the Sylph Windblade strat.
Not a bad strat. It's probably the way to go.
Probably the way to go.
And I guess Reid Meat Shield.
Yeah, pretty much.
Even though Gnome like does not care about any positioning, he'll just target whoever he wants.
No matter where you're standing. And again, I'll still take this over Gnome over Fantasia. Nothing will amount to that.
Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, Symphonia's Gnome is just like pretty vanilla compared to these like weird, wonky, either missiles or whatever this thing is doing.
Well, you know what? Narakiri Dungeon Cross also... Okay, Narakiri Dungeon Cross does missiles, but it's a little bit different. Because, like, it makes it like its second phase attack, where it just fires random missiles anywhere. Like, it's not as annoying as Fantasia base, but it's still a little bit of a nuisance. Because everybody dies at that point in the game, because they're not that strong enough, I'd like to say.
Yeah, and this one just has the problem. I mean, Eternia problems too, like accuracy stuff and just how certain arts are just better, just interrupting. Just because I know like stuff like Swarm has issues sometimes, just because multiple hits and stuff like that. And I don't know. That's why good old reliable Demon Hammer.
Let's get that increase in defense.
Oh, here we go.
Let's not get that increase in defense.
I love it.
What do we need? Okay, let's try it again, guys. Thank you. That was
Not
my
bad,
only
not bad.
set. Humans. Any items? Yeah, give me everything. Well, actually, that's a waste of money.
That's
don't...
lemon gels.
Maybe just 5 more melanges. It should be fine.
Why do they need money?
To maintain their civilization. Looks like.
They're greater Kramels. They can do what they need.
Let them feel like they belong. It's the little things.
Yeah, I suppose so. Twin Sonic Blade. Nah, it probably doesn't work too well.
Sticking with debuff Sonic Blade should probably be good enough. Honestly, I just gotta keep Reid at the front. He has to be the aggro, even though he's not particularly doing too well with it currently. Need to go on a diet. Really? He's not wrong, but they're spirits. They don't eat.
He says that, but he's like tiny when you actually fight him, so it's kind of confusing. But then again, I guess he, can grow. So
yeah. We were supposed to be finished 20 minutes ago, but this fight, this stupid fight, stupid fight. And you want to know something? Even if we don't finish this fight tonight, we'll still be like below time. Like we're still gonna be way ahead of the game curve, basically.
yeah, that's Eternia in a nutshell, I guess.
Yep. All right. See, do you see that? There's no instant damage at the beginning before I get control of my character this time. Yeah. Even though.
Oh, there it is.
there it is. But hey, at least I got control. So that was the AI's fault. I need to bring Farrah a little bit further behind. Okay.
This battlefield's too good.
Oh yeah. If there's one compensation I could get from what's currently happening right now, we get to hear this battle theme multiple times. I've lost all hope tonight. Tomorrow morning, maybe. But I'll go as far as like another 30 minutes, 20 minutes on this. If this goes like past 20 minutes and I still haven't beaten it, we're saving it for tomorrow.
No, it's going pretty good right now. Just literally jump him. Everybody just jump Gnome. Don't let him breathe.
Yeah, pretty much.
Farrah goes to heal, and...
Wait, who healed? Oh, that was Keel. Keel? Just focus on that.
Very fair.
Just get that apple gel going. By the way, to those who are tuning in, it is a raw hard run. There's no great shop in this game. I thought I'd play hard just for fun. So expect things like this to happen. Perfect. Honestly, this is a very good strat now that I think about it because of how much Windblade. Stupid. Everyone charge.
Jumped him with 4-on-1, so it's only fair.
Brings 50 more? I guess
yes,
so.
He needs his whole squad in the background throwing things, and then he needs his other squad.
This was never 4-on-1 in the first place. This has been 4 on however many gnomelets are back there. And he needed more? That ain't right. Right. Thing about this game, I don't think it has... I can't talk about this game if stuff like this happens.
Yeah, he just does not care.
Wow. I should probably just equip the sword. Actually, no. No, lance is fine.
Maybe. Greatsword, that may be enough. Well, accuracy goes down a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I want the spear, actually. That's so late. Where's my spear? Let's go to Overlance. Bye, Farah. Oh, wow. Wait, who got that heal on? Oh, I guess it was Farah. It definitely was a heal. Guys, hold on.
Okay, everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's alright. I guess I should revive Farah. I saw that! You saw what it was gonna do to me. Ogre, it don't work. Because it has Earth Element.
Yeah. Either that or the Great Sword here. Let's see. Literally, what's hitting them? It's like bouncing on a trampoline.
I don't get it anymore. What is that art? How did I not make a note of it? What do you want? I'm trying to breathe. Oh my gosh. Tracking grave. Is this the point where like I go behind, drag it from his hat, and like twirl around like Super Mario Brothers? I don't know.
I wish.
Oh, she's right there. Okay, well actually that had no hitbox, surprisingly. But that does. Wow, indeed.
Well, at least he's picking his targets.
I guess so. I played this game 3 times, but never on hard. I feel like normal on... no, it's understandable. Honestly, I used to be where you were, too. It's all up to you when you're comfortable. Why is it always the left side? What? It's never the right. You know what? Reverse this.
Yeah, but that's always from the right, so...
You're screwed either way. You know what?
He is covering his bases, man.
Yeah, what the... Bring everybody to the center. There's just no way around it. Bring everybody close together here. Read a little bit forward. Even though they're all just dead because nothing's happening. Actually, I should revive my mages. Wow.
As long as Merity's there, everything's good.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Nova's just so quick. I keep forgetting how fast he is.
Yeah. Me too. Thanks, Farah. Everybody hear that? That means Farah's gonna die.
Should be fine.
What did I even do?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why he stopped. I don't think he hit him, so I'm not sure why he stopped.
I was just more confused. Oh my. Okay, he's actually almost dead. Okay, let's actually do this. Get up, guys. Get up, everyone. I'll use all of my life bottles as long as we could just get the pot shots in just to get our EXP. Better not get hit by that rock. Okay, well, Mary. Oh. Turn back. Turn back. Target me. You really just want to hit Reid. He's been hitting everybody but Reid. Has anybody noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, he's picking his targets pretty
yes!
well.
Kill!
Heal, let's go!
You're the best! You got this! Alright. Finish this stupid boss. We're done. It's over.
Easy. First try. First try.
I hate that joke. I don't know why people keep bringing up that joke.
It's the best.
It's the worst. Anywho, let's talk some sense to this guy. What are you, Zed? Or AZ? I don't know what the trainer is in Pokemon.
1,000 years.
It's been 2,000 years. What lore stuff can I add about Gnome? He's just another Cramo. I have nothing to say about him narrative-wise. Because that stupid dance. Where you learn those stupid moves. Self-taught like Reid? Okay, there's your narrative connection. Done.
Somehow more obnoxious than self.
Right. Sylph goes through weird phases. Like, in Fantasia... Actually, no. I think it's this game, Sylph was only obnoxious, but never obnoxious anywhere else. I guess, like, the one that comes to mind is, like, the OVA. Like, I remember Sylph OVA was, like, just a little brat. I don't know. It's late. I need to get to the next save point. I'm done talking tales for tonight. we gotta get to the end. Who are we giving Gnome to? I guess we'll give it to Merity. Say that again, Farah.
Putting it lightly.
Just a bit. Yeah, Keel. Don't forget about Merity. Okay. Thankfully, we're fully healed. I talked to the wrong one. They all... I can't find the right one. You're the one. Give me... Oh, I like the name of the store. It's called Gnome's Toys. Kind of cute.
Huh. Never even noticed.
Yeah. Life bottle... who do we have for guests tomorrow? Actually, yeah, we got 2 guests coming in tomorrow. It's gonna be... If, well, we'll just wait till tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say. What do I need? Do any of y'all have anything else besides giggling at me? I know that. How about you in the corner? You got anything to say? I can't even get to you. I'm just hiding out there. You're probably hiding out at a secret store, are you?
Potentially, maybe there's a secret way around.
I don't want to get, like, intentionally stuck, though.
You are stuck. It's over. I'm sorry.
Ah, here we go. We got it.
There you go. That is the perfect perfect resolution there.
Yeah, wouldn't have any other way. Please, Gnome. Actually, he helps you out here, so this is good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of him.
Yeah, he realized the pain that we've gone through. So, this is the least that could be done. And the thing is, we're all still on schedule. For all that meandering I did this entire day, we're all still on schedule. This is Tales of Eternia. Yep.
Where are we?
Hey, there's a house over there.
And maybe that means there's food.
Ah,
okay.
okay.
So hungry. I didn't really care for Sylph and Exilia. I don't remember Sylph. Oh yeah, Sylph was that. Oh yeah, Sylph was kind of a jerk in Exilia too. Or no, is jerk too strong of a term? My terms are all over the place late night. Something like that.
Let's ask how to get to Port Peruti.
So, it's decided. We'll go and check it out. Let's get
Wait a
some
second.
food.
There you go.
Let's go.
Let's get some food. Okay, so I'm gonna have to walk all the way over here. So thanks, game.
Let's do it.
And, well, we get to
At least it's from one weird dungeon to pretty interesting one.
Swarm.
Yeah, I like the next dungeon coming up. We're gonna talk more about it tomorrow once we start off with it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot to Fringe. You know what? For all the times Merity kept pestering me, she is definitely right in constantly pestering me. Okay. Skid, what's up?
There's nothing we can do unless we cross the ocean. Maybe we'll find something at that hut.
Yeah, not too bad. Actually on point for once.
Right. Unlike the one where it's like a healthy meal. It's like you're right, but time and place. Okay, well, yeah, we are so on schedule. It's scary. The amount of times I've been meandering and losing. We're still on schedule. Anywho, that'll be enough for tonight for Tales of Marathon Stream 3, Day 4. Thanks for Chase for taking time out of your schedule to just chill and hang out, talk, play Eternia, any other games, things like that.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
You're very welcome. And tomorrow morning, same time, same place, different day, and more progress. So thank you all for watching. See you guys next time.